working materials.
We apologize, my lord, that we're slightly late. We're still making copies. We're just waiting for accused number 1 and 2, my lord.
Okay. Yeah.
Somebody who says yes, instruction is number one.
Hello?
Somebody who says yes, instructions to is number one.
Who's that?
So it has to meet us outside.
No. I'm not doing out. Anybody wants to address the court must address it. Just look at that. Oh, again, this guy.
Give me this, he says.
If he wants to say anything, he must get him into the court. Don't talk to people outside.
As a court, please, my lord.
Yes, sir.
Well, firstly, we apologize for the
Yeah,
delay in starting today's proceedings. Accused number 2 has just arrived. We confirm our appearances on behalf of the state.
fine. Okay. Yes, Mr. Mnisi.
I also confirm appearance on behalf of accused number 1 and 3.
Accused number 1 and 3.
Yes.
And Mr. Mnisi.
As the court pleases, my lord, I need to confirm that I still appear on behalf of accused number 2.
Right.
As the court pleases, my lord, I still confirm my appearance on behalf of accused number 4.
Okay.
Just to address one issue, my lord, this morning I was phoned by my colleague, Advocate Msholole.
Yeah.
She indicated that she had an emergency on her way to Pretoria from KZN, and she requested that I should stand in for her. I have communicated this with her client
When did she phone you?
this morning.
This morning.
Yes,
Okay. Where's accused number
number 5.
5? Sorry.
Number 5, yes.
Have you discussed
Yes,
this
I
with him?
did.
Just confirm that, sir.
Inkosi enkantolo ngithanda ukubuza la kuwena ukuthi ngabe nikhulumile yini nomnumzana uNqumalo mayelana nodaba likamama uMshololo ngoba naba engekho la enkantolo namuhla ukuthi umnumzana kumele la enkantolo namuhla. Yes, he confirms, my lord.
Okay, fine. Yes, Mr. Mnisi. Oh, sorry.
As the court pleases, my lord, the matter was adjourned to today for
Right.
the cross-examination of Brigadier Gininda by Advocate Mnisi. Advocate Mnisi is subject to confirmation by him, has indicated that he's ready to proceed. Just one aspect, my lord, we have prepared the new list of exhibits, and we just beg leave to hand it up. I just wish to draw the court's attention to paragraph 9 and 10 of the exhibit list.
What do you mean paragraph? Is it number? So you
Yeah,
say-
number 9, yes, number 9.
Okay, fine.
My lord, the was a duplication of exhibit J.
Right.
This is the statement of Warrant Officer Amanda Steenkamp, the facial identification expert,
Right.
as well as another exhibit J, which is a forensic pathology officer Elizabeth Mukwena's statement, when we're annotating the exhibits, we allocated the letter J to both
Okay.
exhibits.
Is that the lady with the...
Yes, yeah.
taking the...
Yes, the facial
buccal
identification
samples.
expert, yes.
Okay.
We sent an email to my colleagues on the 26th of March 2025 and suggested that the statement of Warrant Officer Steenkamp should remain Exhibit J,
Right.
since extensive reference was made to it, and that the chain statement of Forensic Pathology Officer Ms. Elizabeth Mokoena,
Right.
who states that she received the body of the deceased at the mortuary, was
Right.
initially marked Exhibit J, that exhibit should now become Exhibit K.
Exhibit K.
Yes, so hardly any reference has been made to that, and as we indicated, my lord, just merely a chain of custody statement.
Have you discussed it with your learned colleagues?
Yes, as I mentioned, we
Yeah.
knocked off an email to them on the 26th of March 2025
Right.
at 12:13, and I can put the contents thereof on record if it's necessary.
No, no.
Yes.
If they are aware of the evidence of Ms. Mokoena, there's
Yes,
no problem.
yeah, that will be Exhibit J.
If you change...
And
Yeah.
the admissions that they made,
Which admissions are those? The ones regarding
that is
at the beginning of the trial?
yes, the admissions by the defense regarding certain aspects.
Okay.
That will also, I'm just looking at that exhibit number of the admission. Anyway, paragraph 5 of those admissions refer to Exhibit J. So that will then have to refer to Exhibit K, but that's something that we can address with my colleagues as we go along.
Okay.
But they haven't indicated any objection, my lord. Just to, as I say, the main thing is just the renaming of the statement of Forensic Pathology Officer Ms. Mokoena to Exhibit K. That we mention on paragraph 10, or number 10 of the list that I've just handed up of exhibits.
Right.
So I'll start at paragraph J. Paragraph J is the facial identification report or the ID kit compiled by Warrant Officer Amanda Yvonne Steenkamp of the local Criminal Records Center, Pretoria, Glen, dated 31 October 2014. I think the list of exhibits, I'm sorry, the list of formal admissions Exhibit F. So paragraph F
Yeah.
of the exhibit lists, F raised that that Mrs. Forensic Pathology Officer Ms. T.P. Sintumule identified and handed the body of the deceased to Ms. Elizabeth Mokoena, a forensic pathology officer, Germiston, on the 27th of October 2014 at 7:30, and that the letter's affidavit is appended as per Exhibit K.
Okay.
So that is how the admissions must now read, my lord. Then paragraph 10 This is the exhibit that I've just referred to. Exhibit K is the receipt of the body of the deceased, mark DR 2076/14 by Forensic Pathology Officer Ms. Elizabeth Mokoena on the 27th of October 2014 from Forensic Pathology Officer Ms. T.P. Sintumule, and identified it to Dr. Steenkamp on the 28th of October 2014.
Okay.
Then paragraph 11 is Exhibit K1. Exhibit K1 is the affidavit of Ms. Elizabeth Mokoena, stating that Mr. Sifiwe Stanley Meyiwa pointed the body to her.
Okay.
Then paragraph 12, Exhibit K2 is a declaration by Mr. Sifiso Stanley Meyiwa, stating that he identified the body of the deceased to Forensic Pathology Officer Mokoena as that of Mr. Senzo Meyiwa. Those are the only slight amendments, my lord. As I say, it doesn't really affect.
Yeah.
It's only exhibit, the duplication of Exhibit J that has now become Exhibit K. The rest remain the same.
Okay, thanks. The defense, you're aware of the changes in nomenclature, not in substance.
As it please the court, madam. In substance, I don't have any objection to the amendments, particularly as they relate to the numbering of the exhibits per se. With regard to what has been identified as a duplication, we don't have an objection there too, on behalf of 1 and 3. However, with regard to the admissions, the state has indicated that we still need to discuss about that. I think we'll correct that as time goes along, my lord. Thank you.
Mr. Ramsey, please.
The same sentiments, ma'am.
Mr. Nomalo?
I have no objection, my lord. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. When we start, yes, Mr. Mnisi, if you are ready.
As it please the court, my lord. Morning, folks. Morning, everybody, and good morning, colleagues. Morning, folks. Morning, everybody, and good morning, colleagues.
What's that? I can't hear you.
Thank you.
You're saying?
I'm saying good morning, colleagues. Good
Oh,
morning,
see.
everybody, and good morning, South Africans.
Okay. Yes, Brigadier, you are still under oath.
Yes, madam.
As you know.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
manje sakulungile ukuqala ke umnumzana ngeke umsola uqala futhi besenkantolo bekhumbuza ke umsola uqala ukuthi ngaphansi kwesifungo.
Thank you, Walter. But maybe just before we start, there's got nothing to do with the witness here. There's information that we requested from the state with regard to the AVL records of certain vehicles. I think we dropped them an email some time ago. We haven't received any response. It's just a reminder, though. I realize that it might take a while for those for that information to be made available.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Let me just correct that. We did furnish them the information. The information related, in essence, to vehicles, amongst others, the red Golf. We indicated to them that, and we furnished them with a statement to that effect, that it was not fitted with a tracker, and they asked for AVL records for the Toyota Fortuner for the date of the 6th of June 2020, my lord, which we furnished to them. Then there was also mention made of the BMW, the white BMW that was used. We received the statement over the weekend, and that is the copy that I mentioned earlier on that we were making, my lord. We just struggled to retrieve this copy. However, we have since made a copy thereof and furnished them to the defense.
Has it been handed over to the court? Because I remember that evidence. Is it Miss Warrant Officer who the lady was driving the white BMW?
Is Sergeant
Sergeant Mokgoatlheng.
Mkhola.
She testified that it wasn't fitted.
Yes.
with an AVL, if I remember the evidence.
Yes, and we also drew the defense attention to the relevant evidence of Mr. Dupree.
Dupree.
Yes, the AVL expert who did mention that the red Golf was not fitted with a tracking device.
Yeah. But the fact is, these exhibits were handed over to the defense as the trial was going on.
Yes.
So everybody has, am I correct, Mr. Mnisi? That you were handed those exhibits during the trial?
I think, but what we and the state are not on the same footing here.
Okay.
On the, when was our last date again? When it came here? On the 5th. Yes, on the 5th, the state indicated that the red Golf was not fitted with an AVL. And I stood up.
Whose Golf is it?
It's a red Golf that was used by Brigadier, by Sergeant Mokhula when they arrested accused number 1 and accused number 2.
Oh, I see.
And it is also so that we also requested the AVL record of the Toyota Fortuner for the date of the 6th of June that we received. And I vividly remember that on the 5th of May, I stood up and said, it is very funny that vehicles that are serving the same purpose, one gets fitted with an AVL and the other one does not get fitted with an AVL. And with that, I was referring to the discrepancy between the Toyota Fortuner and the red Golf. Subsequent to that, I specifically indicated then that it would then mean that we'll have to take the matter further. Upon arrival at my office, I penned an email to my colleagues and requested specifically the AVL records of the motor vehicle that was driven in the main by Mr. Buthelezi. From Metropolis, from Eguruleni Metropolis. I also mentioned some few names there. I can't remember. Well, I think Mapumulo is one of them. Munarengi, the Bolisereng, Jonathan, and the Bongani, because we could not get the AVL record of the red Golf that was involved from the beginning of the arrest of accused number 1 up until accused number 1 was taken to custody on the 31st of May 2020 at Fileria. As a substitute there too, we then requested the alternative AVL records of this motor vehicle that I've just requested here. We never limited our request to only the Fortuner, the red Golf, and the BMW. And in fact, I never requested the record of the BMW because we know that the BMW only got into the picture very late after all these accused were arrested. I mean, after accused number 1 and 3 were arrested, it would therefore have been a futile exercise for me to request those vehicles. So the follow-up that I'm making here is with regard to specifically the motor vehicles that were utilized by the Telezi, the Mapumulo, the Munareng, the Lisoreng, and the Jonathan, the Nyamanes, and the Yendes, and the Bonganis, all were involved in the arrest of accused number 1 and accused number 2. That's the information that I'm saying we are still waiting for a feedback there too. Thank you, my lord.
The evidence is on record. Those police officers from Ekurhuleni Metro testified. They testified about the trip sheets of those vehicles, and they indicated that there are no records, trip sheets for those vehicles. We can't take it further than that, my lord.
Okay, fine.
I'm flabbergasted, my lord, that my colleague is saying that those officers testified that they said there are no AVL records. How would they have known that those vehicles are fitted or not fitted with AVL? Because they were just mere drivers or officers of those vehicles. It is for the first time that I hear that the Metro Police, when they drove those vehicles were never fitted with AVL. And I've reread the record on the testimony of those witnesses. I did not come across such evidence, which is the reason why I requested the AVL. It will also be very surprising, my lord, that this AVL, that is motor vehicle, all of a sudden are also not fitted with AVL. They were not fitted with AVL gadgets. Therefore, we are unable to get their AVL records, it will be very sad indeed, because this is central to the case and the cross-examination of this witness here, Brigadier Gininda, without which we will be very prejudiced, and without which we might not be able to prefer our defense the manner in which we would have had we had those AVL records. But I'm not inclined to take Advocate Baloyi's word that those witnesses said that those vehicles did not have AVL records, or actually did not have AVL gadgets and therefore no AVL records.
That evidence, is it on the record, Mr. Baloyi?
Yes, I mentioned specifically, about the trip sheets. They mentioned that those trip logs cannot be located.
Okay, fine. You'll discuss it further with your learned colleague.
As it is a court.
Yes,
Manas.
do you start?
Thank you, Manas.
Right.
Let's not waste any further time. Thank you, Brigadier. In your larger part of your testimony, Brigadier, as we are unpacking your investigation, you referred on a number of occasions to what is known as a best practice. I was sitting here and wondering what that could be. Do you mind to unpack that? As you said that in relation to the taking of the confession and the pointing out, and the arrangements that you did in relation to the taking of the pointing out, you kept on referring to what is known as a best practice. Can you please unpack that?
Bathi kunodaba ke la mnumzana kade ukukhuluma ke ngalo ukuthi best practice mhlawumbe ukuthi asithi ke indlela enjalo ukusebenza ngayo lapha ngaphansi uzosiphuma uma ngaba nikhuluma ke ngodaba lokwenza ama confession futhi nedaba lokukhomba ke lapho ke manje kumnumzana umnisi ecela ukuthi usichazele malana nodaba loloko kabanzi.
Yes, my lord. So that statement, my lord, came as a result of whether could I have taken the confession myself or not.
Athi ke lo daba liqhamuke ngesikhathi bekasho khona ke ukuthi ngabe yena ke angakhona yini ukuthatha statement ngokwakhe noma confession mathupha.
And I know I do recall, my lord, that at some stage it was during my interaction with the late Mr. Mngomezulu.
Athi futhi kuyakhumbula ukuthi udaba lolo laqhamuka ngesikhathi bakhuluma ke mayelana bakaqada khuluma nomnumzana uMngomezulu osele washona.
And I've said, my lord, it is preferable that the person who is not involved in the investigation takes the confession as the best practice rule, my lord.
Athi uyakhumbula ukuthi washo ke lapho ukuthi umuntu ongabandakanyeki kudaba lwecala kumele ukuthi kube uye othatha i-confession noma ke statement kungathathwa ke umuntu onegalelo mhlawumbe onesandla ke ekuthizeni icala aliphenye.
Not that I could not take it, my lord. As an officer, I could have taken it as well.
Atasukuthi yena bekangakhona ukuthi athathe i-confession leyo ke njengephoyisa ke kepha ke naye bekangakhona ukuthi athatheke i-confession leyo.
So it was in that essence, my lord.
Athi ke manje ke lolo daba.
Yeah, but what does this best practice entail?
Bafungazi ukuthi mana nale best practice ngabe iqukethe ini ke kuyona.
That which you're referring to as a best practice rule, what does it entail?
Ngoba kade ukhulumike ngayo ukuthi best practice rule ke lekwe ngabe kade yini equkethiwe ngaphansi kwayo.
But my lord, I just answered. We were specific. It was not a general statement. We're talking about the taking of a confession, whether I could take a confession or not. And in that specific explanation, that particular matter, because it was not a general statement, I said it is best practice that someone not involved in the investigation takes the confession, specifically in those circumstances, my lord.
Athi lapho ke ubaqeda ukuphana ke ngencazelo yakhe ukuthi ke uma ngabe iphoyisa ke eliphinyicala akumele ukuthi kube yilo ke elithatha i-confession, kepha kwamele ukuthi kube iphoyisa ke elinye ke elingenalo kulwazi malana udaba lwecala ke la kungakho khona ke wathina ke udaba lolo ke i-best practice ke uma ke alibiza ke ngegama ke lapho ke athi nanoma yena kade kuyiphoyisa noma kade yena ke kuyiphoyisa ke kepha esikhathini esiningi akumele ukuthi iphoyisa ke liphinyicala kube yilo ke elithatha i-confession, kepha kumele ukuthi kube iphoyisa ke elingenalo ulwazi necala.
Thank you, Brigadier. Maybe you don't understand me. When I say entail, I mean the following. Is it something that is codified? Is it written down? Number one.
Athi-ke uma akubuza kumbuzo le ngabe mhlambi into ke ebhaliwe phansi ebayiphasisa ngaphansi kwezomthetho.
My Lord, as I've said, nothing prohibited me from taking the confession. Meaning, there is no law, there is no rule that I'm aware of that says you can't take a confession under those circumstances.
Athi ngaphansi ke kwesimo leso ke akukho kade kumvimba ekuthizeni ke angathathi confession. Njengoba kade kuyiphoyisa futhi akukho kubhaliwe ngaphansi kwezomthetho ukuthi akavumelekile ekuthizeni athathe i-confession.
It is a practice that enhances professionalism in the police and objectivity in what we are doing, my Lord.
Athi kepha ke indlela abasheshisa ngayo ekuthizeni benzeka amacala futhi indlela abayiphatha ngayo ngaphansi kweziphoyisa ekuthizeni babize ke umunye umuntu ukuthi kube uye ke uthatha i-confession hayi ukuthi yena njengomseshi wecala kube uye uthatha i-confession.
That is that, my Lord. Basically, it's to ensure that you are professional in your work, and also there is fairness and objectivity in the officer that takes the confession, because he's not privy to the contents of investigation of the docket in particular, my Lord.
Athi ke indlela abajwayele ukusebenza ke ngayo ke lekuthizeni ke ukuthi i-confession ithathwe kumuntu ke ongenalo ke ulwazi mayelana nokukethiwe ngaphakathi kwedocket ke lapho ke.
So in other words, it is a code of ethic that enhances what you refer as to professionalism and objectivity, I'm trying to paraphrase you, in the execution of your work as a police. In brief, that's what it's saying.
Athi ke umnumzana lapho yabuza ukuthi ngabe usho ukuthi indlela enivamile umsebenzi ngayo ukuthi nenzisise umsebenzi ngendlela ke eqondile ke lapho ke nisho esikhonkosini ukuthi wena ke phoyisa elisesha icala ungathathi confession.
My Lord, it's something that you get taught, and I'm not so sure. I don't want to confine myself to say it's a code of ethics, because then if I'm referred to say where is it, then I think I may have a challenge. But I know it's a practice that is commonly taught, and it's advisable that we actually embark on it instead of taking the confession yourself.
Athi ke lapho ke indlela ababantu basebenze ngayo ke futhi indlela abatshelwa ngayo ke futhi indlela abafundiswa ngayo ke ekuthizeni njengephoyisa ke seshicala la kumele ukuthi kube uthathe confession lapho ke kepha kumele ukuthi ubize ke amanye amaphoyisa noma elinye iphoyisa ekuthizeni kube yilo ke liba khona ke thathe confession lapho.
Brigadier, is this something that is only limited to the taking of confession, or is something that transcends throughout the execution of police of their duties?
Manje,
I am saying, is this something that is only limited to the taking of confessions? I would also include pointing out. Or it's something that transcends beyond the borders of taking confessions and pointing outs. In other words, in each and everything that a police does in their course and scope of their duty, they should always bear in mind that there is this thing called the best practice rule, which you have just described now.
Manje ke umnumzana ummeli into thana ukuthayazi ke mfo afuna ukuyazi la kuwena ukuthi ngabe mhlawumbe lolu ke ligcinize ekuthizeni ke mhlawumbe bathatha ama confession noma ni bekhomba ke abantu khona lapho ke noma mhlawumbe into enijothi nenze ngaso sonke isikhathi uma senza kuphenyo lwenu lamacala.
My Lord, I think situations will differ, and it will depend what the officer or the member is faced with. In this particular instance, we're referring to a confession, and I answered it in that context, my Lord, not generally.
Athi lapho ke izimo ke zivama ukuthi zishintshe lapho zingafani ke kepha ke kulodaba lolu yena bekaphendula malana nodaba le confession futhi akafisa ukuthi aphendule malana nodaba angalibuziwe.
Brigadier, look, I'm asking about what you refer to as the best practice rule, something that you have already defined. Now, my simple question is this what you described as a best practice rule only limited to the taking of confessions and appointing us, or it transcends, it goes beyond the taking of confessions and appointing out and affect other related duties that police will do in the course and scope of their duties? In other words, in whatever police are doing, be it the taking of confessions or not, they always have to have in mind that there is this thing called the best practice rule. That's simple as that. I'm not limiting ourselves to the confession or the pointing out.
I think the witness has answered that several times. He said he can only comment on the best practice as far as confessions and pointings out are concerned, and he cannot bind himself as far as the other functions of the police are concerned.
Yes, Mr. Mnisi.
But that's not what the witness said. I think that comes from the statement. This witness says he can only comment about what is happening in a confession, or insofar as it relates to him having taken a confession. Let us cut this thing very short there, Brigadier. Do you know whether this thing goes beyond the confession or not? That which you refer to as the best practice rule.
Athi-ke athisinciphisa ukudaba lolu ngaphambi silithathe silimikise emehlweni-ke noma ematheni usho ukuthi udaba lolu le-best practice ngabe yinto enenza ukweqela lapho-ke kudaba lokuthatha i-confession noma ukhomba-ke?
But my lord, it's difficult to answer that question because like I've said and I've answered this, it will depend on a particular situation that a police officer is facing at the time, whether he can apply such a rule. So to answer generally will be a difficult situation. In this instance, I've said I've answered specifically because the question was relating to the confession, whether I could have taken it or Colonel Mboto could have taken it. And the answer was in that context that as the best practice rule, it is preferable that someone else takes it. So that was specific and the answer was specific. Generally, my lord, it's difficult because police embark on various situations and encounter. For example, if a police officer is writing an OB entry, how is best practice rule relevant in that situation? If they interview a suspect over the phone or somebody says there's a robbery in progress, how is best practice rule applied? So the situation differs. If we are faced with specific situation, then you can know how to react and what methods you must use to react to that situation, my lord.
Athi lapho-ke kuvame ukuthi mhlambi ushuthi iphoyisa amahlangane-ke nesimo ngoba kunezimo-ke ezahlukile amaphoyisa avame ukuthi ahlangane nazo-ke lapho-ke uma besenza umsebenzi wabo-ke lapho-ke futhi waze wabikisa washo khona njalo ukuthi malana lecala leli-ke lapho-ke yena bekangathatha i-confession noma mhlambi ucolonel Mbutho-ke buye uthatha i-confession lapho-ke kepha athi esikhathini esiningi kuvame ukuthi lapho-ke kwehluke malana nesimo iphoyisa eselitholakele ngaphansi kwaso-ke uma ngabe selithatha i-confession.
Thank you, Brigadier. Let's proceed. Now you would recall that when I paused the cross-examination on behalf of accused number 3, I said we'll come back to some specific items. That's where I want us to begin before I get to the issues relating to Mr. Sibiya, accused number 1.
Athi-ke manje kumele ukhumbule ukuthi ngesikhathi kade kubuza imibuzo la ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo-ke kunala kade watshela khona ukuthi athi simise kancane malana nolunye kodaba oluthize-ke lapho-ke kepha manje soqiniza-ke manje kulolo daba kade athize ucela ukuthi ume kancane ngalo ngaliphenduli-ke ngaphambi ukuthi aqala-ke abuze-ke imibuzo emayelana nomsola wokuqala.
Do you remember that?
Usakhumbula lokho?
No, that's not my recollection, my lord. My recollection is that we were done with accused number 3. The last aspect that was put to me was with regard to the book Ikabane. That is the aspect that Advocate Mnisi put to me. And upon me saying I've not read the book, and then he said he will not ask me any further. And so far as I know, we dealt with accused 3. That's my recollection.
Athi ngokomkhumbulo wakhe-ke yena ucabanga ukuthi sesiqedile-ke malana nodaba lakamsola wesithathu-ke lapho-ke kepha-ke udaba leli elingakaze liqede-ke malana nalo kudaba kade umbuza khona-ke malana nodaba lencwadi ebabethi iqabane-ke lapho-ke kulawa athi yona-ke mnumzana uMnisi angekhe-ke besaqhubeka nokubuza-ke imibuzo-ke uBrigadier noma ufakazi.
Let me revive your memory, Brigadier. We were done with the cover. We were at a point where you had brought a number of documents here purporting to be warning statements. Others were from Klein Pokistor, others were from Nelspruit, others were from all over the country. That's the issue that we were busy with. In the context of my cross-examination in relation to those documents, you are unable to give me certain answers because you said, I did not give you specific instructions to go and get certain information, and I said to you, I don't give you instructions. I'm not a state. It's a prosecution that is supposed to be guiding you on how to get those documents. And I said, well, it's fine. I will pause then, but we'll come back later on those items. That is exactly what I'm talking about. I hope your mind has been checked out.
Athi-ke umeli-ke fakazi malana nodaba-ke lencwadi leyo-ke babiza enegama noma babiza ngegama lokuthi iqabane-ke besiqedile nodaba lolo-ke kepha nodaba lana okade abuza ngalo-ke imibuzo-ke malana nodaba lama-statement-ke la uqhamuke nawo uqhamuka kuboma Nelspruit lawo thathe kwindawo ezahlukene ke lapho ke lawa wena waphendula ngokuthi wena kade bengakutshelile ukuthi yini ekumele ukuthi uyenzeke mayelana nodaba lolo lwama statement kepha wena ke wakhetha noma mhlambi weza nama statement kepha ungazi ukuthi kumele ukuthi wathole kanjani noma mhlambi ukuthi kube yini eqokethwa ngaphakathi kwama statement bese wathena ke bekumele kube ukuthi ihlangothi lezombuso elikutshela kabanzi ekuthizeni kubele ukuthi kube yini oyitholayo noma bayibhalayo ngaphansi kwama statement lawo ke.
No, my lord, the context is not correct. What transpired, it is correct to say warning statements from different stations were brought to me, were brought by me, at the request of Advocate Mnisi, my lord.
Atufakazi kuyiqiniso ukuthi ke ama statement amaningi yaqhamuka kuma station amaningi kwezesiphoyisa kade bemcela ukuthi akawalethela ngaphambi kokusenkantolo icela umnumzana ke uMnisi.
Then, subsequent to one particular warning statement, my lord, of a specific station, that warning statement was brought in without an affidavit as to who gave that warning statement. And that is where the issue of instructions came in, where I said, but we were not asked as to where did we got this document. It was to produce various warning statements, as it was in dispute that there is only one specific warning statement. So that part of instruction came in that context, my lord.
Athi ke pha kunodaba lwaqhamuka ngesikhathi kade qhamukisa eletha ama statement ahlukile ngaphambi kwenkantolo. Udaba lwaqhamuka ukuthi ke kade khona statement esisodwa ngaphakathi kwe statement lezi kade ziningi ke ekade lingaphelekezwa ke uhlelo lwaffidavit. Futhi kula kwaqhamuka khona kudaba lokuthi ama statement kwamele ukuthi bawathathe ngendlela efanayo bese ufakazi washo ukuthi ama statement abawathathi ngendlela efanayo futhi ama statement ahlukile ngendlela wabhala ngayo.
Now, further to that, my lord, my position, which I've said then, and I still stand by it, my lord, was that there is no policy that says a specific warning statement should be used. I said there's no policy that says one specific warning statement is the one that is prescribed to be used whenever a suspect is interrogated or interviewed, my lord.
Futhi ujobela ke impendulo yakhe washo ukuthi khona njalo ke lapho ke akukho ke umthetho noma umthetho khona ke vele ophuqayo ekuthizeni ke kwamele ukuthi istatement esithile ke basebenzise uma ngaba ke sabadala ugebengu noma uma ngabe sele bethwesa ke umsolwa icala.
And these different warning statements from different stations, my lords, were brought to show exactly that different stations in the country uses different warning statement forms whenever they take down a warning statement.
Ejobela futhi ingazelo yakhe uyasho khona ukuthi ama station ikhumulo zamaphoyisa eziningi la eningizimu Afrika ke lapho ke azisebenzisi istatement ke ezifanayo ama noma ama warning statement afanayo kepha basebenzisa ama warning statement ahlukile.
Now, the introduction of the book of Iqabane, my lord, came under that context at a later stage because my understanding of what Advocate Mnisi was saying. Can I finish, my lord?
Gininda, I am asking question. You respond to my questions. You're not here to give a story. Do you understand?
No, I don't understand, my lord. The question has been asked.
You never understand, Brigadier, because we have been used to that culture. I ask you one thing, you take the whole day to explain something that I've not asked. I've never asked you about Iqabane. For now.
The witness is within his right to elaborate. He's explaining the context in which my learned friend is asking about the warning statements. Now he's explaining the context in which those warning statements came to the fore, and is also referring to that book. There's nothing wrong with it. Just giving the context, the background to the question that is being asked by Advocate Mnisi. In other words, just trying to take us back to what happened at that particular moment in time. There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm not even so sure, my lord, what is it that the state is saying here, because I'm specifically referring to the statement which I exhibit ZZ2, ZZ3, ZZ3A, ZZ4, ZZ5, and ZZ6. The last point that you were talking about in this statement was there's a colleague that is seated behind you who also got a statement, I think it was from Nelspruit. Unfortunately, there is no indication as to who from Nelspruit that he actually got that statement from. That is the point at which we were. We were busy with these statements, not Iqabane, not whatever. And for your information, we have stated pretty clear that you do not know what Iqabane is. You probably went out and read it and then you want to come and amend now. It's fine. the state will lead you in that regard in your cross in its examination in chief. But as for me now, I'm on this statement, not on the cover.
Athi ke lapho ukhuluma nestatement zemibukiso uZZ2, ZZ3A, ZZ4, ZZ5 futhi no ZZ6 la khona ke wena fakazi osho khona ngathi ena kune statement siqhamuke nespread noma yena sithola ke nespread kepha usakhumuli kabanzi uthi nasithola kubanike lapho ke futhi umunye wabasebenzi osebenza nabo ke okade khona hlezi la ngemuva ke washo ukuthi uzobheka futhi abhekisisa ukuthi ngabe statement leso kade siqhamuka kubanike nespread noma ubanike owanilethela istatement leso ke uqhamuka kwesikhumulo samaphoyisa sasenespread.
My Lord, a wrong assertion was put to me by Advocate Mnisi, and he said he was joking my memory, and he was joking it incorrectly. Now, I do not see how is it that I'm not answering what he's saying to me when I'm telling him, or rather trying to remind him of how I remember we got to where we were. It was in that context, because he said he's joking my memory of how events unfolded, and I was simply indicating as to how I remember events unfolded. And in that events, then I mentioned things that I recall, not that I'm interested in specific items, my Lord.
Athi lapho ke nakadabuzwa ke malana nezehlo ke noma mana nezinto ngendlela kade zenzeka ngakhona ke lapho ke noma mhlawumbe bebheka umkhumbulo ukuthi ngabe usakhumbula kangangani ke lapho ke kepha kusiyona ke indlela le umnomzana Mnisi akhuluma ngayo ukuthi izinto zenzeka ngakhona ke.
Thank you, Brigadier. Let's go to Exhibit ZZ2. Now, it's a warning statement, and you said that statement came from, or it's written there on top of it, the gamma scope. If I'm not mistaken, actually, let me not speculate because you're there to give the answers. You said this statement again. Who did you get this statement from? Or this document from that ZZ2?
Bathikule document elikhona ke la ngaphambi kwakho kumnumzana manje umbuzo ukuthi ngabe konje wathi siqhamuka kubanike statement lesibhale the gamma scope.
My Lord, these exhibits are accompanied by statements from each and every station. So and we disclose that part. So this exhibit, the form, should be accompanied by a statement of this particular station who then gave it to Lieutenant Colonel Roth.
Athi lapho ke kumele ukuthi bene statement ke siphelekeza ke i-document leli ke likhona ke lana ke leli ke la basichazela kabanzi khona ukuthi ngabe siqhamuka kubani ke ngaphambi ukuthi basinikezele ku Lieutenant Colonel Roth.
May we please have received that statement that you're referring to that accompanies this document that comes from Takama scope.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the question, my Lord. I don't understand the question.
I am saying, may we kindly receive that statement that accompanies this document from Takama scope as you are saying.
Manje bacala ukuthi thule statement leso ke siphelekeza ke document leli ke liqhamuka ka statement siqhamuka iDakama scope.
That statement has been handed up as exhibit ZZ3 in brackets A. The statement of Harold Stephanus Creer. It forms part of the exhibit.
Thank you. ZZ3, there's a statement here, ZZ3, that comes from Takama scope, ZZ2 from Takama scope, and then ZZ3. Where does ZZ3 come from? It's written the Graf Reinet. It's written the Graf Reinet. Warning statement by suspect Graf Reinet case. Do you have that document in front of you?
No,
if you have it, can you please give us the statement that accompanies this document as well? You said all these documents, all these documents here are accompanied by statement. May you kindly have the statement that accompanies that ZZ3 from Grafreinet?
This is what we just pointed out, that it's exhibit ZZ3A. And it's also so stated in the list of exhibits that we have handed up. If one looks at just looking at the relevant entry, it's entry number 171. It says exhibit ZZ3. It's a precedent or example of a warning statement from Grafreinet police station. Then number 172, exhibit ZZ3 in brackets A, affidavit of warrant officer H.S. Creer of Grafreinet police station dated 21 January 2025 regarding the use of warning statement as per exhibit ZZ3.
Now, I'm getting a bit confused. You, on your behalf, it is said that, because I don't know who's testifying now, but on your behalf, you said that this exhibit ZZ3A relates to Grafreinet. At the same time, it was initially indicated that it also relates to Takamascope in ZZ2. So I don't know which statement relates to which exhibit here, because initially it was said that ZZ3 relates, 3A relates to the document that comes from the Gamascope, and then now it also relates to ZZ3, a document that comes from Grafreinet. I don't know what is happening.
Atuyadideka futhi akazi ukuthi ngabe yini enzakalayo lamalana nodaba lama statement lamabili kakhona ngapha statement saka ZZ2 salapha eDakamascope futhi ke lapho no ZZ3 siqhamuka lapho eGrafreinet uthi kahle kahle isiphi esiphelekeza esinye ke lapha noma isiphi esihambisana nesinye kule statement ezimbili ke.
My Lord, what I've said is that all the warning statements that were entered as exhibits in this court, I've arranged for the obtaining of a statement from each and every station, and such copies, meaning the warning statement form, the proforma of a particular station accompanied by a statement from that station was obtained. Copies were made before we adjourned even to the 5th of January. Disclosed. I've made copies for the state, for the defense, gave it to them because that was the request that Advocate Mnisi asked me to do, and I've complied it. So each and every form is accompanied by a statement from that particular station, because that came after it was clear that he is not comfortable with the with the form that is not indicating as to where it came from. So it's a warning statement accompanied by each and every statement. If I have to assist in packing that for him, then I'll try and do that. But we've made copies for the defense as well. I've made it myself from my office, my Lord, and it was then given to the state to disclose to them, my Lord.
Athi ofakazi lapho ukukhumule khona nje athi ngemuva kokuthi noma ngaphambi ukuthi sihlehliswe ngiqale lihlehliswe ngelanga lange5 ngenyaka kaJanuary ke lapho ke khona kudaba laqhamuka lama warning statement ke khona ke lapho ke la ojobele ngengazi ngempendulo yakhe lada ekhuluma khona njalo ukuthizeni ke kunama statement ke ama proforma statement futhi nama warning statement ke athatha kuma kuyikhumulo zamaphoyisa ezahlukene lapho ke futhi warning statement akhona ke kade iphelekezwa ke i statement lapho esibhaliwe namhlanje afite affidavit ebhaliwe ke lapho ke futhi washo ukuthi khona ke njalo naye walekelela ehlangothi lezombuso ke lapho ke ekuthizeni balethele ukungaphambi kwenkantolo futhi banikeze nabameli ke amakhophi walama statement elakhuluma ngawo.
Thank you, Brigadier. At least you're now trying to unpack. You made copies for each and every statement. You made copies of each and every statement that accompanies the document, statement from the police station where you received this document from. Okay. Now we've got a ZZ3 that is accompanied by ZZ3A. That is understandable. These are documents that are coming from Craft Raynet. Now, where is the statement that accompanies the document that comes from the Kamascope?
Athi ke siyabonga ke fakazi mana ukuthi ukhulike ngesestatement leso saka ZZ3 esiphelekezwa uZZ3A ke lapho ke kepha umbuzo ukuthi ngabe sikuphi yini statement esiphelekeza ke idocument leli la ka ZZ2 eliqhamuka ke eDakamascope warning statement.
My lord, that affidavit according to my docket is index SA381 and that is a statement of Lieutenant Colonel Maria Gerber. She is the branch commander for the detective in Dakamascope. So that's why I said this is what we've made and we disclosed. So it's from Dakamascope. It's 381 according to the docket, and I have the original here.
Let's show it to counsel. Use that very page.
Athi ke ufakazi istatement leso sikhona ke la ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo ke futhi acela ukuthi asinikeze asiletheke ngaphambi futhi senzo colonel
Gerber.
athi senzo uLieutenant Colonel
I don't
Gerber
have this statement in the document that I have. Thank you.
futhi lapho basimake
For the
ngokuthi
first time, I don't know what it
381
contains because I haven't read it. I don't have it. So which is the reason why I keep on asking, where is the statement? Because if I had it, I would not be asking you. I never had it. And you said that you gave it to the state in order to disclose it to the defense. I never received it.
athi ke umeli uthizeke istatement lesike wasinikeza ihlangothi lezombuso kepha yena ke athi shweleke yaxolisa ukuthi akakaze asithole futhi akakaze abe naso ngaphambi la yena ke ezandleni zakhe noma kuhlelo lwemibukiso ke alphethe.
And it is unprocedural for a defense to be handed over a statement in court and say, this is the statement that I'm talking about, because I need to go and study that statement, quiz it, and come and cross-examine you on it.
athi ke indlela engajwayelekile esetshenzwa ngayo ke lekuthizini bamlethela istatement ngaphambi kwenkantolo ke ngoba kumele ahlale phansi ke asibuke futhi asifundeke bese abuya ke buza imibuzo eqhamuka kwistatement leso.
My lord, I don't know how to take this further. I was asked by Advocate Mnisi to assist in obtaining this warning statement, and I've said I will assist. I've since done so, and I've given them to the state, obviously, to give to the defense. I was not told up to today that he does not have what he requested from me. So I don't know how best could I've handled this. I've done what I was asked, and this is what I'm saying I've done, my lord.
Athakazi ukuthi ngihlambe ngabe yini ekumele ukuthi ayenzeke ngokukhethekile mangokusemandleni akhe ngoba ke noba amcela ukuthi akalekelele noma mhlambi kasizeke ekuthizeni kathola ama statement futhi ke nama warning statement lawo ke kepha ke nawakuthola ke lokho ke ngemuva ekutholile ke bese wakunikeza la ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo mhlaba ngaphambi komshushisi ekuthizeni ke ummeli akutholile lokho ke mthakazi akazi ke nodaba loloke futhi akazi angamlekelela kanjani ke.
I also don't know, because that this was never disclosed to me specifically who represents accused number, who has been representing accused number 3 then, who is now also representing accused number 1. I never received that information. The same, oh, I'm sorry.
Athi naye ke ummeli akazi ukuthi angakulungisa kanjani ke lokho kepha ukhumule qathi qala kadameleke umsola wesithathu kepha ke manje sekamele ke futhi unomsola oqala kepha akazi ke akuthole lokho.
The same goes to exhibit ZZ4, a statement, a document that comes from Nell Sprite. I don't have its accompanying affidavit.
Athi lokho kuyafana ke futhi nestatement esiqhamuka ke lapho ke Nelspruit yena akanalo ke affidavit alitholile mayelana nestatement leso ke.
The same goes to
Mr. Mnisi, where are we going with this evidence? Because as I understand and follow the evidence, it starts from that form which you submitted. What is it? SAM 13, is it?
yes,
Right. And that is a form which purports to be used, according to you, for the obtaining of warning statements. Is that not so?
Excuse me, my lord. There was a bit of a noise coming from that side.
That form, SAM 13, you stated that it is the only form which is utilized for the obtaining of warning statements.
Yes, my lord.
Right. Now, Brigadier Gininda said to you that in his view, they don't use that form.
Yes,
It's not a standard peremptory form.
yes,
There are several versions of the form.
yes,
And then you text him and said, show me any other forms.
yes.
And then he goes out, he finds all those other forms, which he says are utilized also for warning statements.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, where are we going to? Because he's done it.
Now, where are we
To
going
read, to read what an accused person is, that comma stato, how does it affect the case here? How does it affect the case? Krafrenet. Mr. Numan, maybe you can assist. How does it assist us?
My lord, I'm sorry, I can't answer that one.
Okay, fine. Because as far as I'm concerned, that was the question. But now to interrogate warning statements made in Makgoa's proof, etc., etc., how does it help with this case we are busy with?
If I may respond, madam.
Yes, please.
Number one, I'm not even so certain that these forms are coming from the places where they are coming from.
Fine, then put it to this witness.
Without accompanying affidavits. And this witness is saying, subsequent to me having raised that, he made an endeavor to go get the accompanying affidavits and says he gave it to the state in order to disclose it to us. I'm just don't know why was that not done. That is the reason why I keep on probing this, my lord. But further to that, my lord, this will form the broader part of my argument at the end of the day.
Yeah, fine.
Thank you.
Fine.
So I also need those accompanied affidavits as well to form the broader part of my argument at the end of the case. It is just not that I only want this statement for the sake of, those statements for the sake of wanting them. I am busy preparing my argument.
Yeah, fine.
Thank you.
But the witness has answered you. You can prepare your argument, there's no problem.
Yes.
Because otherwise we'll be here until Nelson Mandela is resurrected.
itsho khona inkosi enkantolo ukuthi kade ibuza kumnumzana uMnisi ukuthi ngathi kahle kahle siyakuphi mala nodaba lolu-ke ngoba kekhona ke iform lena ababiza ukuthi SAM 13 ukuthi yona ke iform abajwayele ukuthi besebenziseka ngaphansi kwesiphoyisa-ke uma ngabe bethatha kama-statement kepha-ke wathi ufakazi cha akusinjalo-ke ngoba akhona ke amafomu ahlukile futhi izikhumulo zamaphoyisa-ke ey'ningi zisebenzisa-ke amafomu ahlukile-ke lapho-ke thizeni bethatha ama-statement-ke futhi waphendula-ke umnumzana uMnisi wathi yena-ke lapho-ke akanaso isiqiniseko esigcwele esiwukuthi-ke ngabe-ke ama-warning statement yena aqhamuka kule y'khumulo zamaphoyisa-ke abayibhalile kuzona-ke ngoba-ke akukho la akukhona-ke uhlelo lwama-affidavit oluphelekezake ama-warning statement lana-ke futhi washo khona nje athi uma ngabe ehamba-ke noma uma ngabe senzeka lo hlelo lakhe lwemibuzo-ke kuwukuthi yena-ke uyayilungiselela malana nenkulumo mpikiswano eyothi-ke ibe khona-ke kuhlangothi lwakhe-ke uma sekaletha icala ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo.
Now, my lord, I don't know how are we going to go through this impasse, because Brigadier Gininda is saying the state is in possession of those statements and the state is quiet. He has been objecting all along. Now all of a sudden Brigadier Gininda says the state are in his possession, then the state is quiet. It does not even stand up and say, yeah, no, I've got this statement, I will hand it over to the defense. I don't know how to get over this impasse, because definitely I need to get those statements.
I thought Advocate Mnisi was moving away from that point, but as it's time for the short adjournment, can we take the short adjournment at this point?
Okay. 15 minutes.
As to the statements supporting the obtaining of those warning statements, we have undertaken to Advocate Mnisi that will make a bundle and give it to him. You know, there's no point in quibbling about whether we've received these or not. We'll just make a bundle and give them to to him.
Okay. Is that arranged? Sir.
We may stand this aspect down, madam.
Okay,
Come
fine.
visit it.
All right, fine. Yes, let's see.
It's not a quibbling, by the way, madam.
What's it?
I'm saying it's not a quibbling, by the way. Thank you, my lord. Finally, Brigadier Gininda, I'm wrapping up now on accused number 3. I'm wrapping up. Yes.
Yes, my lord.
Athi-ke manje kumele aqedela-ke mayelana nokubuza imibuzo ebuzela mayelana nomsolwa wesithathu.
Now, if we're to summarize the evidence that the state has against accused number 3, would I be correct to say the following?
Athi uma siqedela-ke inkulumo-ke kamsolwa wesithathu-ke mayelana nofakazi-ke uhlangothi lwezombuso-ke abanalo mayelana naye.
That number 1, there's evidence against him that comes from Constable Zungu.
Athi-ke okokuqala kunofakazi mayelana naye obuqhamuka kumnumzana Constable Zungu.
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
Thank you. Number 2, there is evidence of identification by the witness who were in the house. That is now what the state says. Evidence of identification on the clothes that he was wearing and the hair that he had.
Futhi okwesibili-ke mayelana nenkulumo eqhamuka kuhlangothi lwezombuso kuwukuthi khona-ke la kade ekhonjwa khona-ke abofakazi kade bekhona-ke ngaphakathi kulo muzi loyo-ke wesigameko-ke futhi bamchaza-ke ngokuthi eda gqoke ingubo ezinjani-ke noma futhi-ke umbala wenwele zakhe kade unjani.
Let me quickly, just before you respond, I think for the sake of the interpreter, I'm not saying that the witnesses identified accused number 3. They are saying basically the suspect who had a gun in his possession, who got into the room, was into the house, was identified by his clothes and his hair and his color.
Isilungiso lapho-ke bathi-ke umuntu owangena ngaphakathi kwalo muzi lokho bona-ke bakhona ukuthi bamkhombeke ngengubo kade ayigqokile kuye-ke futhi nenwele zakhe-ke.
That is correct, but in addition, they've mentioned their height and yes, also the size of the eyes, my lord.
Athi yebo kuyiqiniso lokho-ke kepha futhi bona bajobelela bachaza mayelana nobude bakhe mhlawumbe ufushane bakhe futhi nombala wamehlo wakhe.
As well as the hat that he was wearing.
Futhi nesigqoko kade asigqokile kuyena.
Thank you. Now it is on those bases that the state says that description and everything that we've just mentioned now, the hat that he was wearing, their height and his color, that matches accused number 3. That's what the state is saying now.
Athi yebo kuyiqiniso lokho-ke futhi okhumbule khona njalo ihlangothi lwezombuso-ke bathi mayelana nesigqoko kade asigqokile futhi nobude bakhe-ke lapho-ke bathi lo muntu lokho umsolwa wesithathu.
Yes, my lord.
Thank you.
Athi yebo.
Now, there's also the evidence of the firearm, which purportedly was found in his possession. Let me put it this way. The firearm that was purportedly used at the scene is the firearm that was subsequently found in possession of accused number 3.
Futhi nokuthi-ke isibhamu leso kade basebenzisile lapho-ke kule ndawo esigameko-ke yisona basithola sikumsolwa wesithathu.
Correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kuyiqiniso.
There's also the evidence of the photos that were allegedly downloaded from his cell phone, amongst others, the pack of money, the firearm and stuff like that. Those photos that were downloaded from his allegedly downloaded from his cell phone.
Futhi neyithombe ke bayithubula ke kumakhalekhukhwini wakhe ke unofakazi obukhona malana nodaba lolu.
Correct, my lord, but of importance is it's how he looked like in relation to the description given by the witnesses on the day of the incident, my lord.
Thank you.
Athi yebo kunjalo ke futhi ukhumbule khona nje athi malana yiloko thina sakuthola kubofakazi ade bekhona ke malana yiloko esakuthola kubofakazi ade bekhona kule ndawo esigameko futhi nangendlela ebasitshela ngayo malana nelesikhangiso salomuntu.
There is also the information that is contained in the confession by accused number 2.
Futhi bathi kunolwazi oluqukethiwe ngaphakathi kweconfession kamsola wesibili.
Insofar as accused 3 is concerned.
Yes.
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo ke ngisho njalo mangabe lokho kuquketha noma mhlawumbe kunegalelo kumsola wesithathu.
Now there is also that information relating to the fact that accused number 3 had contacts with accused number 5, and the state seeks to use that as an indication that accused number 3 is also implicated in the commission of this offense. Not so?
Futhi khona ke lapho ke uhlangothi lwezombuso lokukhuluma khona mana nodaba eqhumana ke kade likhona phakathi komsola wesithathu uxhumana khona ke nomsola wesihlanu ke lapho ke futhi ihlangothi ke lezombuso afuna ukusebenzisa udaba lolo ke mana necala leli.
That is correct, my lord, but insofar, if I can just take, if Advocate Mnisi can just bear with me a little bit, I'm not going to go to it, we can deal with it if he wants to, my lord. Going back to the confessions, insofar as the confession of accused number 1, the name of accused number 3, the first name is mentioned there, as the person who received the firearm, whom he alleges that he sold the firearm to that person, and he mentions the first name of accused number 3. That is contained in the confession of accused number 1.
Athi yebo nanoma ngisho njalo ke khona mana nodaba confession kamsola koqala ke lapho ke igama lomuntu oqala alibizile lapho igama lomsola wesithathu ke ukuthi yena wamdayisela ke isibhamu ke lapho ke futhi ukhulumile ngakhe kudaba lwakhe le confession.
And only the first name, my lord, because the surname is different, but the first name is that of accused number 3.
Bathi igama nje kuphela la kamsola wesithathu kepha ke isibongo sehlukile kunesibongo sakamsola wesithathu.
Yes, I wanted to add that my point because I felt we were moving away from the confessions evidence, my lord.
Oh, okay.
Athi lokho bafisa ukuthi akujobelele ngoba bacabanga ukuthi mhlawumbe sesihamba nodaba lwama confession.
Okay. There is also the evidence, so the state says, from people who there's also the evidence from people whose affidavits were taken, although those people are yet to be called to come testify, not so?
Bathi kunodaba noma ufakazi okhona ke mayelana nofakazi behlangothi lozombuso ke laba bhale khona kuhlelo lwabo lama affidavit kepha bofakazi labo base melodi beze ngaphambi konkesenkantolo ukuthula ufakazi babo.
I can confirm the affidavit's position, my lord. I'm not so sure if I'm in a position to say they will be called. I think Advocate Balo will be in a better position there, my lord.
Athi yebo mayelana nodaba lama affidavit yakuvuma ke lokho ke kepha udaba lokuthi kumele ukuthi beze la ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo balethe ufakazi babo ke ngeke lokho abe naso isiqiniseko sakho sasa lokho ke kepha umuntu ongaze abe nesiqiniseko mayelana nodaba lolo ke umnumzana Advocate Baloyi omele ihlangothi lozombuso.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now, I'm not so sure if I missed out something. I just gave the resume of the evidence that the state purports to have against accused number 3. It's just a resume. I'm not so sure if there's something that I'm missing.
Athi akanaso isiqiniseko ukuthi mhlawumbe khona lokho akhohliwe ngakhulumile malana ufakazi ihlangothi lozombuso abathi banofakazi malana nomsola wesithathu.
Yes, my lord, is that his cell phone records places him in phosphorus on the day of the incident, which then corroborates some of the things that are mentioned by Sizwe Zungu and the witness, and some of the witnesses that saw him that afternoon, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo ke malana nodaba noma malana ufakazi bakamakhalekhukhwini ke ibona kade bombeka ngaphansi kwesigodi noma ngaphansi kwendawo yaseFosloras kepha ukhumule khona ukuthi umnumzana uSizwe Zungu ke uyena oqinisekisile lokho futhi nabanye kabofakazi kade bekhuluma ke ngodaba lolo.
Yes, from the top of my head, that's what I recall for now, my lord.
athi okwamanje ke ilokho asakhumbulayo ngokomcabango wakhe.
Thank you. Just a second. Thank you. Yeah, also from where I'm standing, this is the evidence that the state seeks to demonstrate that accused number 3, or seeks to use to demonstrate that accused number 3 was the person, was one of the 2 people who got into the houses per the testimony of Zandile and those 2 other gentlemen. And accused number 3 was the person who had a gun in his possession. That is just in brief. I think I agree with you that up to this far, that is what the state has laid as evidence against him.
Athi yebo kanti mhlawumbe nahambisana ke lapho ngoba ukhumule khona nje athi ihlangothi lezombuso ilokho ke abathwesa ngako komsolo wesithathu malana nofakazi kade noma nofakazi babanye ufakazi kade bekhona ke nomhlawumbe kade babizile ngamagama akhe ukuthi uZandile futhi nabanye abalisa ababili ke bathi umsolo wesithathu futhi nomunye ke ibona abangena ngaphakathi kwalelikhaya leliyana bephethe ibhanki.
Correct, my lord, but in addition to that, there's evidence of the ballistic expert that seeks to alleges that a certain firearm that was booked under Cleveland case, which is alleged to be found in possession of accused 3, is the same firearm that discharged the projectile that was found, that shot the deceased and was found in that matter. So that evidence, the 212 statements, and I know those witnesses were subpoenaed, my lord, to come and testify.
Athi yebo khona kunjalo ke futhi umajule ke ngazile kathi kunofakazi kade yakhona ke ngaphambi kumbiko ngesenkantolo ingaphephe ke lapho ke esebenza ngaphansi kwehlelo lezama ballistic report ke eyasho khona nje ukuthi isibhamu lesi noma icartridge kade iphumile lapho kulelikhaya leli eladubula khona ke umufi ke isona isibhamu futhi esisodwa basebenzisa ke ngaphansi kwecala le case la lapha ke Cleveland.
Yeah, but Brigadier, that we have already mentioned. Didn't I say that there's also the ballistic evidence and the firearm evidence on the firearm allegedly found in its possession to have been the firearm allegedly used at the scene? I've already mentioned.
All right, now I think I may have missed the context of how it was put, my lord, but we're in agreement. Yes, there's no dispute in that.
Bathi lokho besesikhulumile athi ufakazi ucabanga mhlawumbe lokho yena akazwi kepha ucabanga ukuthi akakazi akuzwisise ngendlela eqondileke futhi nayo iyahambisana nenkulumo kaMmeli.
Thank you. Now you with regard to the following, you are not here. When Colonel Mangena testified, he agreed with me when I put him the following, that science is an art of precision. What did I say now? Science is an art of precision and accuracy. He said, yeah, no, 100%. And the court also came into the arena and said, yeah, no, also 101%. So in other words, this court is taking judicial notice of the fact that science is an art of precision and accuracy. You are not there. I'm just informing you what was the general consensus of a definition of what science is in this court.
Athi ke ummeli yona kade ungekho la ngaphambi kumbiko ngesenkantolo ngesikhathi eqhamuka udaba lolu udaba lweze science noma ke inhlelo mhlawumbe imvelaphi ke lapho ke la de bekhuluma khona ukuthi science of art la khona ke njalo ngamagama agcwele ukuthi ke iyona into evama ukuthi abantu bajwa ukuthi bayenze ukuthi ngesenkantolo yakuvuma ukuthi lapho yebo kuyiqiniso 101%.
I hear the assertion by the advocate, my lord. Yes, I understand what has been put to me.
Athi yebo ngiyakuzwa lokho abakhulumayo nalokho abangitshela khona.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now, Brigadier, you in your explanation, I think few paragraphs ago, you also made mention of the fact that accused person number 3, in terms of what the state wants to believe is the person that was wearing the hat, not so?
Bathi yebo ngiyakuzwa malana nencazelo ekhulumile malana equketha umsola wesithathu ke ihlangothi lezombuso bafisa ukuthi wonke umuntu ayikholwe ukuthi isiqhoko noma udaba lwesiqhoko.
Correct, my lord. That's correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. Now, let me just get my exhibit here. Now, there is information that is contained in Exhibit X3. X3, basically, these are biological exhibits, forensic exhibits, and the ballistic exhibits that were retrieved from the scene were referred to the Forensic Science Laboratory for analysis. The results, all that is happening in this case with regards to the forensic analysis by the ballistic laboratory, is contained in Exhibit X3.
Athi malana nemibukiso ke noma mhlawumbe ufakazi ababuthwebula lapha kwindawo esigameko bukhona ke ngaphansi komibukiso ka Exhibit 3 noma imibukiso yesithathu ke lapho ke malana nodaba lofakazi mhlawumbe imibukiso abayithatha lapho kuqhamuka noma ufakazi babuthatha kwindawo esigameko bese babahambisa kubabisa lapha forensic science analysis laboratory.
It's actually exhibits 11 and 12.
Exhibits 11 and 12. It's a bundle, you know. It's a bundle. Mine is written X3. It's a bundle that has got separators. I don't know what do you call this. This blue plastics here, or dividers or separators. Yes. But now that is stated, it's saying it's actually Exhibit 11, X11. There's no problem. But this is what is happening, Brigadier. In the course of the investigation of this case, indeed, the firearm, allegedly, no, the hat, allegedly, that was worn by accused number 3, as the state would want this court to believe, was taken for forensic analysis.
Athi yebo kufaka kuyinto ekhona ke kuthi emalana nalapho ke kemibukiso ye11 futhi ne12 ke kuthi isiqhoko kade siqoke komsolo wesithathu basithatha basimikisa lapho ngaphansi kwehlelo le-forensic analysis ukuthi bahambe bosihlola ke lapho ke.
I agree, my lord.
Athi yebo ngiyakuvuma lokho.
And this court identified that hat as it was described, not actually identified it. This court said the description of that hat by the witnesses who were in the house who saw that hat, the court said it was a brimmed hat, a hat with a brim. I was hearing that word for the first time.
Uyasho khona njalo ummeli ukuthi mana nofakazi ke besigqoko leso ke abofakazi ke bekhona ngaphansi kwalomuzi noma ngaphakathi kweleli khaya lelo ke basichaza ke ngokuthi sona ke sibrim uma bekhoma isebenzisa ke ilimi lesingisi.
Yes.
Naye ummeli athi igama leli kade aqala ke ukulizwa.
Thank you. Now that brimmed hat was taken for forensic laboratory for the extraction of possible DNA in that hat, and indeed some DNA was found in that hat.
Athi isigqoko leso ke basithatha ekuthizini ke bahambe bokwenza ke bokwenza uhlelo lokuthi ke basihlole ke lapho ke uma sesibiza uhlelo lolo balibiza ukuthi DNA lapho bebheka ukuthi isigqoko lesi ngabe kade sigqoke ubani ke noma simesha ke negazi la kabani.
That's correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
Now you also recall that in your testimony you also referred to the fact that at one point or the other in the course of investigation of this case you also went to accused number 3 where he was held. I think it was in Joburg prison, where you also extracted some DNA, or not extracted, where you took some DNA samples from him, not so?
Ukhumbule khona njalo ukuthi wena ke ufakazi wakhuluma ukuthi ngesikhathi kade usenza ke uphenya ke icala leli ke wahamba uvakashela ke umsola wesithathu ngesikhathi umvakashela beka lapha ngaphansi kwasegoli ejela khona ke la kade wafika khona bathatha ama sample wakhe nomhlamba sithi uthathe ukuthize kuyena ke ngokuthize ngenhloso ukuthi wenze ke uhlelo lwe DNA.
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
Thank you. Now, in this head that was picked up at the scene, there was DNA. In other words, there was a DNA profile that was found there. In other words, the scientists at the Forensic Science Laboratory came told this court that, indeed, in this head, it is not like there's no DNA. There is somebody else's DNA in this head, and this is his profile, this is his DNA profile. That is what the scientists came and told this court.
Athi lapho ke abantu abasebenza ke ngescience noma ngokwemvelo yendalo ke lapho ke science forensic laboratory basho ukuthi ke khona ke lesigqoko leso kade khona ke DNA abayithola eyomuntu othizeni.
I was not in court, my lord, so I will not dispute what is being put to me, but insofar as I recall with regard to the report, my recollection is that it's a mixed DNA and not one particular DNA that was found.
Athi yebo kade engekho la ngaphambi kwenkantolo ngesikhathi kade uthola ufakazi lobo ke kepha kuyasho ukuthi lapho bathola ke ama DNA wabantu ama DNA yahlukile wabantu abahlukile.
No, your recollection is misleading you. In that head, they found a DNA of an XY chromosome. That it means that head was worn by a man. They went on to identify all his profile in those 8 or 7 columns. In other words, indeed, this head was worn by a man because they found a DNA male profile in that head, not a mixed profile.
Athi ke lapho kulahlekisa ke inkantolo ke fakazi ngoba kumayana nesiqobo leso ke bathola ke ama DNA lapho ke asikule kule column ezisikhombisa noma ke ezu8 lapho ke zokuthi kade isiqobo lesiqoke ke umuntu othizeni osilisa.
My recollection, my lord, as I say, it was a mixed DNA. That's what I recall, and perhaps then if I'm wrong, one can revisit the report to see if maybe I'm making a mistake. But my recollection of what the expert told me, it was not just one particular DNA. I remember he said it was a mixed DNA. That's my recollection.
Athi ngokhumbula kwakhe ke yathi ngokhumbula kwakhe ufakazi malana nengcazelo awayithola lapho ku-expert noma ingcaphephe lapho ke ukuthi i-DNA kade ihlangene lapho ke kungaziona i-DNA yomuntu othizeni oyedwa okhethekile.
Now, in the samples that you and your team submitted to the Forensic Science Laboratory that you took from accused number 3, they also were able to find a DNA profile. That DNA profile indicates that it was a male DNA profile, and they tabulated all their findings in those 7 tables there. In other words, it is not a question that they could not find any DNA profile in the samples that you submitted at the Forensic Science Laboratory, that which you got from accused number 3.
But ke malana nama sample.
I think, let me say this with the greatest of respect, counsel is putting a wrong proposition to the witness, and the witness is correct. The DNA expert testified that it was a mixture. On the first marker, amylogen, it's XY. X is for male, and female is XX, so they found XY. So the male is XY, female is XX. So on the sample of accused number 1, on that marker, amylogen is XY. So it's a mixture.
I'm talking about accused number 3, not accused number 1.
I'm sorry, it's number 3, my lord.
So, I don't understand, my lord. The state says simply because it was an XY, then it was a mixture. No, the state state's understanding of DNA profiling if that is what he's saying, is wrong. Because XY stands for male DNA profile. XX stands for female DNA profile. And in the samples that you submitted at the Forensic Science Laboratory, they found that they were indeed a male DNA profile. And I can tell you that what you submitted at the Forensic Science Laboratory, I have not reasons to believe that those samples related to the DNA analysis of accused number 3.
But counsel, it's in the greatest of respect, he's misreading the evidence of the expert. He has testified, and I don't see any point in confronting this witness with that evidence. He testified that you can read a female profile in that XY, and the example that we use at the time a lot is like a hat that belongs to a male person that is sometimes worn by a female person. So I think his evidence was that it was predominantly a hat that was worn by a male person. It's a mixture. It's on record. There's no need to argue about that point.
I don't understand, my lord. How can accused number 3's DNA, where the police went to Johannesburg prison, they took his saliva, sealed it, packed it, and took it to the Forensic Science Laboratory for analysis. And arriving at the Forensic Science Laboratory, the scientists there are saying, yeah, these samples, this saliva that we got from accused number 3, indeed, you are able to identify a DNA profile. And this DNA profile belongs to a male, which is an XY amelogen. Now the state says that which was extracted from accused number 3 was a mixture of him and a woman kissing each other. No.
It's obvious we don't know.
I'm talking about accused number 3.
Counsel is referring to a hat.
It's obvious we don't understand DNA.
Yes.
Because I've got 2 senior practitioners here. And they're saying 2 different things.
Yes. Counsel has been asking this witness about a hat.
Yes, I know.
And saying that the DNA profile that was found.
Of a woman.
Yes. And we corrected him to say that is not according to the evidence of the expert and according to the table. The table has been read into the record. It's there. It's part of the evidence.
No, my lord, the state misunderstand me. I am saying in the DNA profile of the exhibits that they went to take from accused number 1, they indeed found that this relates to it's a male DNA profile. And I am saying, number three. And I am saying, I've got no doubt to believe that that was indeed his DNA profile. Because those exhibits from which this DNA was extracted, they belong to him. I'm not talking about a head as yet. I'm talking about what was found in the samples that was taken from accused number 3.
Malot, really, we don't want to belabor the point, but you take a sample to extract DNA to compare it with the exhibit. How can you find a mixture on your own sample? It's a sample, they extract a DNA profile, and they compare this profile with the DNA profile on the scene.
No, the state is lost, 100 miles lost. That tells me, Manuel, that it does not understand how DNA works. I'm not talking about a comparison here as yet. I I am talking about exclusively what was found in accused number 3. They found that the DNA that they were able to extract from the samples that the police submitted to them, they indeed belong to a male person. There's no mixture there. And I am saying, I've got no doubt in my mind that what the scientists found, that this was a male DNA, indeed belonged to accused number 3, because the samples were found from him. I'm not talking about mixture or anything here. You may not know that because you're not a scientist. Not so.
Ummeli ke lapho mina nodaba lwama DNA abalithatha ke kumsolo wesithathu ngesikhathi ke engaphansi kwejele laseGoli ke lapho ke iphoyisa futhi neqembu lesiphoyisa ke bese bathatha ke lokho ngemuva ukuthi bakuthathe bese bafaka ngaphakathi kwe-exhibit bag bese bakuvala ke lapho ke bese bakuthatha bakumikisa ke forensic science laboratory lapho ke ukuthi okwakuthola ngesikhathi besenza kuhlelo lwabo noma mhlawumbe ucwaningo lwabo lezomsebenzi ekuthize bacwaninge malana nama DNA ukuthi bathola kwi DNA yakhona ukuthi kade ku XY lokho ke basho ukuthi ame login ngegama lesingisi uma bekubiza ke lokho ke futhi naye athi akanako ukuyingabaza ukuthi lapho kokho bakuthola ke futhi lokho abakade bekuthathile kumsola wesithathu.
Now, having been able to identify, this is a bit of a learning exercise. Now, having been able to identify or found that there is indeed a DNA profile in the samples of accused number 3, and having been able to find that there was indeed DNA profile which they were able to extract from the head, they then went on to compare accused number 3's DNA profile and the DNA profile that they were able to extract from the head.
Athi ke manje ngesikhathi kade besenza ucwaningo labo lezomsebenzi baqhathanisa ngaphakathi kwe-DNA abayithola kwisigqoko futhi ne-DNA test kade bethathile ke noma ama-samples ebewathathile besebenza ngama-DNA lapho ke malana nomsola wesithathu noma ama-DNA akhona ama-sample kade aqhamuka ke kumsola wesithathu.
Now I know this is not your field.
Athi uyazi lokho akulona ke umkhakha usebenza kuwona.
If you have got a comment though, you can comment.
Kepha uma ngaba unayo ke impendulo ngalokho ungane wakuphendula kepha uma ungenayo impendulo ungane wakhetha ukuthula.
My Lord, so first of all, yes, I agree. I'm not an expert in science, but it does not take a scientist to read a report. Even constables who are detectives, straight from the detective college, they get reports, be it forensic, DNA, they can read and make sense of it. That's what I've obtained and that's what I've read. That's the first part.
Athi iphuzu lakhe lokuqala ukuthi yena ke akasebenzi ngaphansi komkhakha weze science wezemvelo yendalo kepha kuyasho ukuthi khona njalo futhi abo detective abasha ke ngaphansi kwezesiphoyisa awaqhamuka lapho ke college nabo bakhona ukuthi bafundeke uhlelo lwama
Expect statements.
or ufunda ke istatement zengcali ke lapho ke noma zama expect.
Secondly, my Lord, I agree with Advocate Mnisi that the DNA that was taken, the buccal swab specifically from accused number 3, was forwarded for comparison with the DNA that was lying, in other words, the exhibit in this matter. And that is the DNA that was mixed. It was not one male DNA, it was a mixture. That's what I was referring him to, because it is contained in my discussion with the expert, and I think even in the expert statements you will find it there. So it's not one particular DNA. And my understanding is that Advocate Mnisi was saying there's only one DNA, in other words, a male DNA that was found at the crime scene. Then a sample is taken from accused number 3 in order to compare that. I agree insofar as accused 3 is concerned. I disagree when it comes to what was found at the scene. This side is a mixture. It was a male and a female. That was important to me because it was part of the investigation for me to know.
athi futhi ke ngojobela uma elethe incazelo yakhe impindo yakhe yesibili ke lapho ke mana nodaba lokuthi wathatha ke DNA kumsola wesibili ke lokho uyakuvuma futhi uyasho khona nje ukuthi lapho ke bathola ke ngesikhathi kade senza ukuthi beqhathanisa phakathi kwe DNA yesigqoko leseyo ke futhi ne DNA bathathe kumnoma ama sample wathathe kumsola wesithathu ke lapho ke bathola ukuthi DNA le DNA yabantu abaningi futhi ihlangene endaweni eyodwa ke lapho ke futhi uyasho ukuthi nanoma lokho kuquketha umsola wesithathu futhi uyasho khona njalo ukuthi le DNA abayithola lapho ke futhi ngesikhathi kade bese thatha esenza ke esesha icala leli ke kade ku DNA yesigqoko lesiyana futhi bese eqhathanisa ke nama samples laba wathatha kumsola wesithathu ngesikhathi engaphansi kwejele laseGoli kepha kuma iqhamuka iqhamuka ke iphumo zalapho ke zasitshela ukuthi lapho ke kade kuhlangene khona ke iDNA.
That's my comment, my lord.
Athi impendulo yakhe ke leyo.
Thank you. Now, when the scientists came to testify here at court about the final results of his analysis on this DNA profiling process, this is what he found.
Athi ngesikhathi ke ingcali kade zikhona abantu besebenza ngaphansi kwemvelo izendalo iscience lapho ke belapha ngaphambi konke senkantolo ukuthi ufakazi babo ilokho abakuthole ilokho kulandelayo abakuthola.
Just a bit of a background. The court had that apparently in respect of all these accused persons, the investigating team also went out to take DNA profiles, not DNA profile, but DNA samples from them.
Athi inkantolo yezwa ukuthi ke abaseshi becala bahamba bese bathatha ke ama DNA sample kubasola bonke laqhamuka ngaphambi kwenkosi enkantolo.
Should I comment?
And the results, no, that's what the court had. I'm not done. You don't need to comment because that's evidence on record.
Athi ungaphenduli ke manje kepha kaqedile ukukhuluma ke ilokho inkosi enkantolo eyakuthola.
Now, the scientists came and told this court that none of these accused persons are linked, including accused number 3, are linked with the hurt that was found in the house.
Athi ke abantu beze science baletha ufakazi lobo ukuthi bonke ke abasolwa ke akukho la babalinka khona mhlawumbe baxhumanisa khona ke mayana nodaba lwesigqoko abasithola ngaphakathi kuleya muzi.
My lord, these are, as my colleague has pointed out, it's a scientific field. The expert has come to the court and explained how DNA works. It's unfair to put that question to the witness. For instance, the witness, Captain Masetla, testified.
I'm getting somewhere, my lord. I do not intend that this, I'm sorry to interject,
Yes,
because I know Mr. Baloyi.
But I'm on the floor, my lord. Captain Masetla testified that there are 16 regions that they look for in the DNA. His criterion, whether to include or exclude, is based on the fact that a profile or a sample must be included on all the loci.
On all the 16?
Yes, on all the 16 loci.
point.
But he said he can read 7 out of 16 loci as far as accused number 3 is concerned. So those are matters for argument, my lord. And this witness cannot be confronted with
And
it.
besides, just on DNA A1, the fact that there are no 16 matching, samples, it doesn't follow that Ratha Mokgoatlheng wasn't there.
Yes.
It doesn't follow. You can have 5, you can have 10. It just says it is inconclusive.
Yes.
That's what the scientists say.
Yes, in terms of
But it doesn't mean if there are 5 of these portals having DNA, therefore Ratha wasn't there.
Yes.
That's fallacious if you reason like that.
And secondly, my lord, we've referred to the fact that the witness is correct in saying that according to the evidence of the expert, Captain Masetla, this was a mixture that was found in the head. We see that on pages 77 and 78 of his evidence, my lord.
It's page 77 and 78, no?
Yes, 77 and 78. Page 77 is line 14
Right?
up to 20. Then on page 78, it's about from line 8 up to about line 12.
Okay.
We can put that on record if it's necessary, my lord. But
No, no, the record is there.
yes.
I mean, it's like fingerprints. So just for our,
Brigadier
wait.
Gininda. Oh, I'm
For
sorry,
our-
my lord.
our
I'm
full
sorry.
understanding.
I'm sorry.
A forensic expert in fingerprints comes and does for fingerprints. And then he gets 5 matching prints or profiles of prints. But because the scientific attribute of saying Ratha Mokgoatlheng's fingerprints were found at the scene, there must be at least 7 points of identification. But if they find 6 points of identification or 5 points of identification, it doesn't mean Ratha Mokgoatlheng wasn't there. It just means those prints which were lifted there, because they don't tally up to 7, they are inconclusive. That's the scientific language they use. Am I right, sir?
Yes, indeed, that's what he said, that for a person to be included, he must be read in all
Yes.
DNA regions. That
16.
was his evidence, in all 16 DNA
Yeah.
regions.
As it please the court.
Yeah, but-
Brigadier, rest assured. I don't do this exercise with a view that you should opine on the findings of the experts. So I know that's not your field, which is the reason why you had to go take those samples from accused number 3 and refer them to the forensic science laboratory. But this is the background of what happened. We don't need to argue about this thing. But the final results, which the scientists from DNA came and told this court, was that. Actually, let me read it to you from what they are saying. That is now in what exhibit now? Exhibit X in bracket 12, my lord.
Yeah, no.
Exhibit
I'm
X
listening. I'm listening.
in bracket 12.
Yeah.
And that is page 4 of 5. And this is why the scientists from the Forensic Science Laboratory in South Africa, it's internationally recognized for that matter. And this is what they are saying. From the results in table 1, that is where the comparison was done.
manje kumele ukuthi afundeke lapho malana nombukiso lapho ka X bese ngaphakathi kwamabhuku paragraph ethi 12 kukhasi lesineke kukhasi lesihlanu ke athi lolo hlelo mhlawumbe le report cwaningo lolo ke liqhamuka kubantu bezomvelo abeze science waqhamuka lapho ke science forensic laboratory.
I can make the following findings. This is Captain MP Masetla that is writing this.
Athi lombhalo bhalo warrant officer Captain Masetla athi lokhu awakuthola okulandelayo.
Paragraph 4.1.
Lapha paragraph 4.1.
The donors of the following reference sample were excluded as the donors of the DNA on the swab, in parentheses 1, and the head, in parentheses B, in bracket, presumable high friction area.
Athi benza kucwaningo malana nohlelo ama DNA abakade belithathile ke kumuntu futhi beqhathanisa phakathi kwesigqoko lesi kade benaso ke.
And those donors are MZ Mapisa,
Athi lapho ke umuntu kade khona ku MZ Mapisa,
BS Ntanzi,
uBS Ntanzi,
Mncube,
Mncube,
Untuli Fisokuhle,
Ntuli Fisokuhle,
Sibiya MS.
no Sibiya MS.
Let me simplify this. He simply says here, from his analysis, the samples that were obtained from the donors, which are the names of the people that I've read here, could not be matched with the DNA that was found in the head, as well as the swab. These are the swabs that were found in the doors and the bedroom areas and stuff like that. But primarily, none of the names of the people that I've read here could their DNA be matched with the DNA profile that was found in the heads.
Athi-ke umele umuntu ozecwaningo noma umuntu ozescience lapho kukhumela ukulandela ukuthi lama gama labantu ade akhulume ngabo esitshela ngabo ngaphambilini ukuthi-ke malana nesigqoko lesiyana akukho ama-DNA kade bawathola ukuthi ayahambisana nesigqoko lesiyana. Uma beqhathanisa phakathi kwama-swabs lade bathathile kubona-ke futhi ne-DNA kade khona kule sigqoko lesiya basithola le ndawo yesehlo.
Now, this
No,
whole, sorry,
can I respond, my lord? I want to respond to this assertion.
I'll give you the opportunity to respond, Gininda, Brigadier Gininda. The purpose of this whole exercise was to come to the following.
Athi-ke imbangela ukuthi isihambeke lolu hlelo kuwukuthi size kulokho okulandelayo.
Now, scientists have told this court that the DNA profile that was found in the head, which was allegedly left by one of the intruders in the house,
Athi-ke ume lapho-ke kuwukuthi abantu beze-science bathi-ke DNA kade bethule kwesigqoko lesi kade esasala kulo muzi wesigameko esashiwa yilabantu ababili kade bengenile lapho-ke
could not match or be matched with the DNA profile that was found from accused number 3, or that was extracted or received from accused number 3.
kuwukuthi-ke i-DNA kade bethathile kwesigqoko leso-ke kade ingahambisani noma kade ingameshi ne-DNA test kamsola wesithathu.
Now, do you understand up to that far?
Bathi-ke fakazi ngabe kuzwisisa-ke kuzofika esikhathini samanje.
I do understand what is being
Thank you.
put-
I'll give you time to respond.
No, I have to, my lord, because
I'll give you time to respond, Brigadier
but my
Gininda.
answer is not finished. So this is one part, a whole lot of statements was put to me, my lord, so I need to deal with it so that...
I will remind you. If you've forgotten them, I'll remind you.
No, can I
But
have
this
this
is what I
opportunity?
want to say, Brigadier Gininda. I'm asking you questions. You must be led by me.
No, but my lord, the yes answer, if I leave it like that, it's incorrect because it will seem like I'm agreeing with the wrong notion. I'm saying, yes, I understand what is being put to me, but I disagree with what Advocate Mnisi is saying. He's saying the analysis, for example, of the expert says accused 1, 2,
Brigadier
up to 5.
Gininda.
Can I finish, my lord,
Brigadier
please?
Gininda. This is what is on record. That is not yet what I'm putting to you.
My lord,
What I'm going to put to you is still coming.
No, but
And this is what
Mr.
I'm putting
Mnisi,
to you.
He's attacking your thesis.
It is not my thesis,
No,
my
no,
lord. It's a
your
science,
thesis-
it's a science
very great.
thesis.
Yeah, fine. He's attacking.
This is what the
fine,
scientists are
but he's
saying. This does
attacking
not come
that.
from me.
Just listen.
Yes.
He's attacking that thesis, and he
The
says,
scientist's thesis, my lord.
"Yeah, it doesn't matter who."
Oh, thank you.
This is what he says, and then he says, if he lets it go, it would seem as if he's agreeing with that thesis.
Okay,
Am I
thank you.
interpreting you correctly?
correct, my lord.
Right.
And-
Just
and-
tell us why you say that.
Correct, my lord. And I'm saying what Advocate Mnisi is putting to me. He
Yeah.
said to me, my lord, and I want to put it step by, he said the analysis, the word analysis was used by the expert, the captain, to exclude 1 up to 5 in
That's it.
this. And I disagree with that because that part is referring to is the conclusion, is the finding. The analysis lies above that report. And if you read the analysis of the expert, you will find that some of the accused are read into that DNA. So he's reading that part out of context, and that is why I say I cannot leave it like that, because it will look like I agree with him, and that's incorrect, because the analysis, the actual examination, that's how I understand analyzing something means. The analysis by the expert reads accused, for example, number 3, and as Advocate Baloyi correctly said, in terms of the regions that he can read in that profile, but he also reads accused 2. So to say they are completely excluded under analysis, it's incorrect. But to say to me on his finding or conclusion, he excluded them, then we'll find each other, but not on the analysis, and that's where we differ.
Athi yebo kepha akafuna ukuthi ahambisane noma mhlamba ayiyekele ingcazelo noma ayiyekele nje kanjalo engasitshelile ngengcazelo egcwele kabanzi ke lapho ke athi akafuna kube ukuthi mhlamba kahambisane noma mhlamba ahambisane nenkulumo eqhamuka kummeli wenu ngoba kuukuthi igama leli bathi analysis balisebenzisile ke lapho ke futhi asho khona njalo uma ngabe analysis eyithola ke iziphumo zayo lapho ke uyasho ukuthi ke bonke kabasola lapho ke abaqokethile locwaningo lakhe le report kade ahlelile alenza ke umuntu weze science lapho ke kepha uyasho khona njalo ukuthi nanoma amagama wenu kunina ke banomzana ke lapho ke bawachazile mhlamba bawabhalile ke akhona ke ngaphakathi kulocwaningo leli le analysis.
Brigadier
futhi uludaba ukuthi lamaphuzu akhona ke lapho ke lama table form awusithi akhuluma ngawo ukuthi lapho ke kukhona lana kade akhuluma ngakho ukuthi yebo khona abanefakile kepha amagama wenu babhalile lapho ke ngesikhathi esebathi besenza ke ucwaningo leli.
So Brigadier, what you basically saying is that you do not agree with what the scientists are saying in terms of their analysis, but you do agree with what they are saying in terms of their conclusion or their finding.
No, that is not correct.
Is the other way around?
And that is not the evidence of effectiveness.
Can we read, all of us with understanding, can we read these DNA reports with understanding? I'm having here Brigadier Gininda, very, very senior police, with about 30 years experience, né? More than 30. I've got here senior advocate. I've got here senior advocate.
Yes, madam.
They are reading the same document.
Yes.
And they're all talking at cross purposes. Because he doesn't agree with you, he doesn't agree with you, you don't agree with him, you don't agree with him. Maybe we should call the scientist back.
Mine is very simple. Mine is very simple. There's nothing that I am coming up with. This is no interpretation, no nothing. All that I'm putting to this witness, the background that I've put to this witness is something that comes from the scientists who came to testify here. And the Brigadier says, yeah, no. Me and you, Mr. Mnisi, in terms of the conclusion, we agree, but not in terms of the analysis. Is that not what you said, Brigadier?
My Lord, what was put to me was that the part that I refer as a conclusion or finding was referred as analysis. And I'm saying insofar as I recall in reading that report, the examination, maybe let me break it into that term, that was done by the expert, reads accused number 3 in particular into that DNA. So to say the last part, because the last part does not refer to accused number 3 being read in certain regions. The last part simply say everyone is excluded. Now I'm saying that is the conclusion, but that's not the analysis. The analysis implicates or includes accused number 3, it includes accused number 2, it includes accused number 4. That's what I recall. And the reasons, as the court has rightfully put it, my Lord, is that the only reason that was given to me by the expert for him not to make a finding, he said he must be able, according to their standard, to read the donor into all 16 regions. And he was unable to do this, particularly because there was a mixture, my Lord.
Uyasho khona njalo ke ufakazi ukuthi ngesikhathi esenza ke analysis wabo mhlawumbe ucwaningo lwabo noma uqhathanisa kwabo ukuthi ke amagama ke wabasolwa bonkana lapho ke baqokethile noma bawafakile noma bawabhalile ngaphakathi kwalama analysis kepha ke egcineni ke bonkana ke abasolwa ke lapho ke bayabakhipha bathi akunalutho leli abalitholile ngaphansi kwabo noma malana nabo ngesikhathi lesi science lapho ke noma ama scientists kade senza kumsebenzi wabo kungoba ngesizathu elandelayo sokuthi uma ngabe scientist lapho ke kumele ukuthi ithole ke into eqondile eshaya isikhonkosini ukuthi kulamaphuzu wonkana la ayishumi enesithupha kumele ukuthi lapho ke ngaphakathi konkana wonke wonke ke lamaphuzu lawo ke ayishumi enesithupha bakuthole ukuthi yebo umuntu othizeni ukhona ngaphakathi kwale DNA analysis osuke beyenza ngesikhathi sakhona.
So in essence, my lord, I agree 100% with the report of Captain Masitla. I disagree with the context, the way it's being put to me by the defense.
Athi lapho ke ngamagama agcwele kuyahambisana ke nocwaningo noma mhlawumbe nereport eqhamuka ke lapho ku warrant officer mas Captain sene
I forgot. I think
athi lapho captain kepha ke i-expert lapho ke kepha ke akahambisani nendlela le ummeli amtshela ngayo noma mhlawumbe amchazela ngayo ke ucwaningo lolo.
I'm done, my lord.
Atuqedile.
Brigadier, what I've just read to you now are findings by Captain Museta, which came after he has analyzed that which you are struggling to put together. His finding after having analyzed that which you are struggling to put together is that none of these accused persons, including number 5, could thus be said to have been the person who was wearing that hat on that day. Simple as that.
Yes, my lord, I think it's incorrect to say that Brigadier Gininda is struggling to put together the evidence. What he's saying is that Captain Masitla came and testified. He analyzed each and every region, mentioned whether he can read accused number 3's profile in that specific region or not. That's what he's saying. So he says, even if the conclusion excludes them, but in his evidence regarding individual loci, individual regions, there are certain regions where in accused number 3's profile can be read. That's basically what he's saying. And that is the evidence of Captain Masitla.
Thank you, Madam.
Yeah.
Now, I think there's no better way in which I can put this, except to say that having analyzed whether it's a mixture, whether it's a single mixture, whether it is whatever kind of a mixture, the scientists, Captain MP Maseta says, no, these accused persons, Niyabasuge, they are not, neither any of them was wearing that hat on that day. Now, this is what I want to put to you on the background of what Maseta is saying. Now, with all this information that comes from the scientist, do you still insist that on your little analysis and what do you call it now, and your corroboration, you still insist that accused number 3 was the person that was wearing that hat on that day, in the background of this DNA analysis?
Please, I don't know what counsel is referring to as little analysis. I hope he's not trying to belittle the witness.
No, I'm not belittling this witness, man. This witness has always been saying, with my understanding, on the background of the fact that he's not a scientist, you see. So he has got a limited knowledge with regard to what the scientist would have said. That is in that context. I'll never belittle a witness, Mr. Waloyi. I've been here for a very long time. Definitely not.
Bathi khona njalo ngesikhathi leso uwareka uCaptain Amos NP Masehla kade senza ucwaningo bakhe ke osebenza ngaphansi kweze science lapho ke forensic science laboratory washo khona njalo ukuthi kubo bonke ke abasola bakhona ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo akukho kumsolo ohambisana ke neDNA noma iDNA yakhe emesha neDNA yesiqhoko lesi kade besitholile ke ngaphakathi kwalomuzi mangaphakathi kwelikhaya leli lesigameko lapho ke futhi washo khona wasebenzisa igama leli lokuthi ke bonkana abasola abanye basukela ngoba ngaphansi noma ngaphakathi kwalama analysis 16 regions lawo kabhaliwe ngapho ke akukho la khona kade kumesha khona ama DNA sample wabasolwa ke malana nodaba lo debelenza ke lapho ke futhi washo ukuthi wena ke fakazi ngesikhathi ulethe ufakazi bakho washo ukuthi malana nolwazi lakho ke oluncane ukuthi ufakazi obuyahambisana noma buqukethene endaweni eyodwa.
My Lord, I've dealt with the part of an expert, and I've said it over and over again, I'm not an expert. But that does not made me unable to read the report. The same knowledge that I have insofar as reading the report and not being an expert applies to Advocate Mnisi as well. He's not a scientist. I'm reading what the document contains and I'm saying what I've read in black and white. That's the first part, my Lord.
Athi iphuzu lakhe lokuqala uyavuma ukuthi yewena ke akuyona ke expert lapha ke science kepha ke mana nolwazi lwakhe oluncane ke analo futhi nomnumzana Advocate Baloyi nalo analo ke ukuthi bona bobabili ke bakhona uMnisi ukuthi bona ke bobabili wena ufakazi futhi noAdvocate uMnisi ngolwazi labo oluncane ukuthi bakhona ethi zemafundeke uhlelo lwe-report namacwaningo lwe-report.
Now, secondly, my Lord, to answer the question that has been put to me, I'm not insisting on anything. I was given a mandate to investigate. And during the course of the investigation, the DNA, is what I discovered. The expert, when I consulted with him prior to him coming to give testimony, that's the explanation he gave me. And he said he can read accused 3 in particular, because we're dealing with him, in certain regions. And that, my Lord, as I've said, was prudent for me to know, because we are dealing with allegations where this accused now a cited suspect. Do you have corroborating evidence to place them there? For example, if he had said, no, I can't read him at all, yet the evidence that we have at the time points that the shooter was wearing the hat, and we can connect the alleged shooter to accused number 3. Clearly it would have shown that there's something wrong. So it was important for me to know these things. And I'm not by any means saying I'm interpreting his report. I'm simply talking about his analysis. It is different from saying I cannot read accused 3 in any regions than saying I can read him in certain regions, but I can't read him in all 16 to make a conclusive finding. That's not the same interpretation, my Lord.
Athi ke iphuzu lakhe lesibili lapho ukuthi ke ngesikhathi kade ke ngaphambi ukuthi ufakazi lona ke kade senza ucwaningo lama analysis DNA analysis Captain Masetla bona ke ena ke nofakazi bahlala phansi bese baxoxa ke malana nodaba lolu kwelama analysis kade wona ka wathulile ke Captain Masetla ke lapho ke futhi ngesikhathi kade behlezi phansi bequqisana malana nodaba lolu ke ukuthi na umnumzana uMasetla ke lapho ke washo ukuthi khona ka margins la khona ke ka margin ayishumi elisithupha ukuthi khona kade amfunda khona ke nomkhona kade athola khona ke samples amesha noma ahambisana ke nama samples kamsola wesithathu kepha akamtholile konkana lama region awu 16 ke lapho ke futhi wajobela ingcazelo ke futhi maqhubeka asho khona njalo ke washo ukuthi yena ke ufakazi pardon my lord after consulting with the witness you then said
That's a question.
No, my apology, my lord. The witness, he made a lengthy explanation, so I've just tried to recap.
It says after consultation.
After
with
consultation.
The expert. Are you not saying that?
That's what I've said, my Lord.
My Lord.
Athi kungemuva kokuthi behlezi phansi ke nomuntu lona ke kade ku-expert warrant officer Masetla ke ukuthi uCaptain Masetla ukuthi umuntu kade khona ke ngapha ngesikhathi engichazela ke malana ufakazi ebukhona ke lapho ke ukuthi umuntu kade kulabantu ababili kade bengile ngaphakathi kulelikhaya babese badubula khona ke ukuthi othize wamtshela malana nesikhangiso sakhe futhi nesiqoko lesikade ashile lapho ke. Thank you, my lord.
So your answer is you are not insisting on anything. You
I
just need your investigation.
Sorry, I couldn't follow the question, my Lord. What was the question?
Which one?
The last one that you
The
just
current
asked.
or the previous one?
Well, you asked 2 parts of a question, so you can perhaps repeat both, my Lord.
So you are saying you are not insisting anything. You only did your investigation.
Manje ukuthi wena akunalutho lolukhumula ngaphandle ukuthi wena kwenzeke usesha icala noma ukuphenya icala.
That's correct, my Lord. That's what I said. I simply conducted an investigation because I understood it. I understood the statement from Advocate Mnisi saying, I'm insisting that the DNA, that the report, despite what the report is saying, I want to insist, or the insinuation is that I want to insist that regardless of the report, the findings should be my way. So all I said is that I was assigned to investigate, and I'm simply reporting back on the outcome of the investigation.
athi yebo ona kumsebenzi kade ephuqeleke ukuthi kade awenza lapho ukuthi ke kaseshe icala futhi akahambisani inkulumo kaMnumzana uMnisi ukuthi kumele ukuthi avume ukuthi yena ke unento ayenzile ngaphandle ukuthi yena kaseshe icala noma aphenye icala leli.
Are you done?
Yes, my lord.
Thank you, Brigadier. That will conclude the cross-examination on behalf of accused number 3.
Athi uyabonga ke Mnumzana uBrigadier futhi kokuqedela ke ukubuza ke imibuzo malana nomsola wesithathu.
But with the rider, that we still have those documents that I still have to get from the state. Those documents that are coming from all the Plateland areas there.
I understand, my lord.
Kepha ke kunodaba lwama document ukuthi iqale futhi silithole eqhamba hlangothi wezombuso ke.
Thank you. My Lord, realize that it's almost 15 minutes to 1 o'clock. I'm getting tired. I request that we get an early break for the lunch.
You want us to adjourn?
Yes, my Lord. The court will remember that when everybody was else at a very good time.
What's that?
I'm saying the court would remember that when everybody else was having some good time, I was sweating.
Is it?
Thank you, man.
I'm looking at Mr. Mamalo, he was also sweating. Okay, 2 o'clock then, is it?
Yes, my lord.
Ah, it does.
Can I leave my documents here?
not so.
athi lapho ke bakwazisa kumnumzana uZungu usazola lapho kumnumzana uPhiriman uma ngabe sibize kahle isibongo sakhona.
No, that's not so. I was introduced by Constable Zungu by the National Commission himself. So actually his PA, because how it unfolded, my lord, I received a call from the National Commissioner, that is now the retired General Sithole, who was the National Commissioner then, to say there is an individual with information regarding this matter. I made my way to the national office, and then subsequently then I was introduced to Constable Zungu. So it is the former National Commissioner and not Brigadier Bongani.
athi cha akusinjalo ke lapho ngoba na wathola ke ucingo liqhamuka ke lapho ku National Commissioner okuyena owamshela ke ucingo wathi khona ke ulwazi abanalo ke malana necala leli ke phecelezi kepha lapho ngesikhathi atafika lapho ke futhi u National Commissioner lo sele athatha ke umhlala phansi wakhe ke noma sawuthatha upension wakhe akasasebenzi ke futhi uyena ke owamtshela ukuthi na umlisi othizeni bambiza ukuthi uZungu.
So if I'm were to understand you well, is that the National Commissioner gave you a call and said, I've got an individual here who's calling, or I've got Constable Zungu here. He seems to have information with regard to the case that I tasked you to go and investigate.
Athi yushuthi uma kuzwa kahle ukuthi wena kuthola ke ucingo uqhamuka ku National Commissioner ekutshela ukuthi kunomlisa uthizeni okumnu Constable Zungu ekutshela ukuthi futhi uConstable Zungu unolwazi analo mayana icala leli kade acela ukuthi hambo uyolisesha.
My lord, as much as I cannot quote him word for word, but the essence of the message was that, exactly that there was a member there who has information about the suspects involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. And then I made arrangements that I will make my way to the national office. And that's how I met Constable Zungu, my lord.
Athi nanoma angeke asho amagama phecelezi lawa awakhuluma ke uNational Commissioner ke lapho ke kepha ke yena ke washo uyavuma ukuthi yebo wathola ucingo liqhamuka ku National Commissioner emtshela ukuthi kunomlisa uthizeni athi unolwazi melana necala leli ke lapho ke uthi nebese wenza ke inhlelo zokuthi ke ahambe ayohlangana naye.
So you, if I'm following what you're saying, you made arrangements. You went to see Zuma, Constable Zungu, and you met him at the office of the National Commissioner.
Athi uma akuzwa kahle ukuthi wena ke wenza inhlelo ke fakazi bese ngemuva kwalokho ke wahamba wavakasha kuma office we National Commissioner lapho ke la wahlangana khona ke no Constable Zungu.
Yes, but it was a spontaneous process, my lord. So when I said I made arrangements, what I meant is that I speak to the National Commission, then I arrange with his PA, because I couldn't say the National Commission must wait with the person, that I will be coming to the office, and that is how now I was introduced by the PA of the National Commission. But the arrangement, the discussion was between me and the National Commission, but it was a continuous process. He calls me and I said, Natcom, I'm coming over now. And then I started moving to Pretoria. At that time, we were sitting at this building, the Telkom Towers. That's where the National Commission was sitting at the time, my lord.
Uyasho ukuthi khona njalo umhlangano lo wahlela ke iPA noma mhlawumbe umsizi ke ka National Commissioner lapho ke okuyena wahlela umhlangano wakhe ke ufakazi futhi nomnumzana uConstable Zungu ke ngesikhathi bemshayela futhi athi uyakhumbula kahle ukuthi bamshayela ucingweni usaphinda ucingo lapho ke bezothi uyokwenza ke amahlelo ukuthi ke noma inhlelo zokuthi kafike lapho ke kuma office we National Commissioner ke athi ngesikhathi leso uyakhumbula kahle futhi ukuthi ama office lawo ke kade ela ePretoria ku building ku Belidi lase Telkom.
Thank you. Now, again, when I followed your testimony at the inception of the the appointment of the investigating team here, it seemed to me that you were not the only person that was requested to form part of this investigation. So other members were also requested to assist whether you assisting them or them assisting you, but you to assist each other in the investigation of this matter, not so?
Athi ngabe siqiniso yini ekuthizeni kade kungasiwe kuphela kade usesha icala lekepha kade kukhona nabanye ke bezesiphoyisa noma mhlambe iqembu lezesiphoyisa ke la kade belicela khona ukuthi linisizane khona ke ethizeni sesha icala leli.
It is correct, my lord, that I was not the only one, but the lines of assisting or the lines of engagement were very clear. It's command and control. The most senior person that was there at the time was myself at the level of a full colonel, and I was appointed as the lead investigating officer by the National Commissioner then, and I was the senior one. Lieutenant Colonel, the other members were all juniors. Lieutenant Colonel Ramohala was a lieutenant colonel. I was a full colonel. Buthelezi was a captain at the time. She has since now become a lieutenant colonel, but at that time she was a captain. And then Mr. Makubo was a warrant officer at that time. So in terms of that rank structure, my lord, the most senior person was me, and as such I was appointed as the lead investigating officer, but also leading by means of a rank, seniority.
Athi yebo kunjalo ke kepha ukhumbule khona ukuthi kade kuyena ke lapho kade amkhulu ke mhlawumbe induna kade khona ke kubo bonke laba kade asho amagama wabo ke abo Ramohulu lapho ke abo Ramohulu abo Buthelezi abo Captain Makhubo ukuthi yena ke kade kuyena ke bayakhokhela iqembu lelo ke lokusesha ke icala ngoba bona mana nekhundla zabo kade bengaphansi kuyena ke ufakazi.
And subsequently the team, the cold case team members who also then form part of this investigation, that is now Sergeant Mohole and Mohane, they were also junior in terms of seniority, my lord.
Yasuthi futhi kunabanye ababajobelela kule qembu labo noma ababafaka noma bengeza kule qembu labo abo Mohole nabo Mohale.
That's my response, my lord.
Thank you. Now, upon receipt of the invitation from the then National Commissioner, did you by chance inform the other members who were part of the investigating team, Ramohali, Buthelezi and Makubo, that you've been requested to have a meeting with the that is, you are requested to a meeting, or you have a meeting with the National Commissioner, just out of courtesy?
Athi manje imalana nodaba lokuthi kade unomhlangano ke futhi no National Commissioner ngabe wabatshela yini abanye futhi labo kade usebenza nabo ngaphansi kwiqembu lakho ke abo Ramohale abo Buthelezi futhi nabo Makhoba?
I don't recall exactly, my lord, but if I did tell someone, I think it may have been Colonel Ramohala, but I'm not sure. I mean, it happened some time ago. I wouldn't be able to remember specifically, my lord.
Athi ngeke besakhumbula kahle ke umcabango ogcwele lapho ukuthi ngabe mhlamba waxhumana nabanye ka asebenza nabo ngaphansi kwesiphoyisa mhlamba ngaphansi iqembu lakhe lelo kusesha ke icala kepha uma ngabe icabanga kahle mhlamba ikhumbula kahle ke ucabanga ukuthi mhlamba wakhuluma no Colonel Ramohala.
Thank you. Now you went to the office of the National Commissioner and who was here at the Telecom Towers. Did you find Zungu?
Bathi manje kwahamba waye kuma office ke we National Commissioner kade khona lapha ke Telecom Tower kuma bhilidi we Telecom Towers. Umbuzo ukuthi ngabe wamthola yini uConstable Zungu lapho ke?
Yes, my lord.
Athi yebo ngamthola.
Thank you. Now, I take it for the National Commissioner to have informed you that there's a person who has got information about the case that he tasked you to investigate. Zungu must have said something to the National Commissioner, not so? That's just common logic.
Athi imbangela ukuthi wena kubizwe lapho ke office lika National Commissioner ukuthi uZungu ngabe kade anolwazi kade analo malana necala leli kade uliphenya noma ulisesha ke?
Yes, logic dictates, my lord, that he might have said something, but how deep and what is the content of the discussion, I won't be able to say that. In other words, I can't say the brief he gave me is the brief he gave to the National Commission. He could have said, I've got information about this matter, and NATCOM then refers him to me because he knows I'm dealing with this matter. So I don't know the contents, except to say, yes, he would have said he's got information about his knowledge about the suspect involved in this matter, but how deep or how involved they went with the National Commissioner, I won't be able to answer that, my lord.
Athi yebo ngatho ungakhonakala ukuthi yebo mhlambe khona ke inkulumo ke egcwele mhlambe yebo egcwele ayikhuluma uZungu futhi no-National Commissioner kepha yena akanalo ulwazi ukuthi ngabe bakhuluma ngani ke kepha uthi yena ke lapho ke bamcela ukuthi cela ukuthi eze ke lapho ke uma-office we-National Commissioner ngoba ke kade ke kuyena ke kade ehola ke iqembu leli lokusesha ke icala leli.
And further, you wouldn't really know what were the circumstances that led to Zungu meeting the National Commissioner or the National Commissioner meeting Zungu.
Athi ke lapho uzosazi ke isimo esaphoqa thizeni uZungu ahlangane no-National Commissioner noma u-National Commissioner ahlangane noZungu.
I'm not sure if I will know that, my lord. What I know is that I was told there's an individual at the office of NATCOM as to, I don't understand perhaps the question. Is it, do I know the circumstances now after investigation as to how we got there, or did I know at the time? I don't follow maybe the question, my lord.
Athi akawuzwisisi kahle kumbuzo ukuthi ngabe mhlambi yini isathu samphoqa ukuthi afika lapho kuma-office ase-NATCOM noma ngesikhathi leso uma ngesikhathi samanje akawuqondile kahle umbuzo lo.
Let me put it this way. Do you know the circumstances which led to the meeting between National Commissioner, the National Commissioner then and Zungu?
Athi ke ngabe mhlambi unalo ulwazi ukuthi ngabe isimo esinjani noma isikhathi kungaphansi kwesimo sasiphoqa kanjani ukuthi uZungu ahlangane no-National Commissioner lo osebathatha kumhlala phansi wama upension wakhe?
Yes, my lord. What I know is that he wanted to share the information with the National Commissioner because it seems he was not getting through, from what I understand, in terms of sharing the information. So it seems, and I'm talking under correction, but my recollection is that it may have come up between the discussion with him and General Lishaban, and I stand under correction, my lord, but it was flowing from passing that information and the dangers that were involved, that he ended up meeting, or rather going to the National Commission, and then subsequently I was called, but I was not part of that arrangement. So, what I'm saying, my lord, could be wrong. So I'm trading careful because what I know is that I was called, and I can testify about what kicked off from there moving forward. The other part I can just speculate, my lord.
Athi akazi ke isimo esaphoqa yathizeni uZungu agcine efika ngaphansi kwama-office we-National Commissioner kepha ke lapho ke mhlambe yena bekasaba ubungozi becala mhlambe ukukhuseleka kwakhe mhlambe yebo ukukhuseleka kwakhe ke lapho ke kepha yasho ukhona njalo yena ke lapho ke uma mhlambe aqinisile bangaze babuye futhi bamlungiseke kepha yena athi angakhuluma manje angaletha ufakazi bakhe ke ngesikhathi edolishela kucingo uqhubeka uhamba ubheka phambili ukuthi uyini enze ngaphambi uthi wamshayele ke lapho ke uthi akazi ukuthi isimo isikhathi ngaphansi kwesimo esinjani.
Now, you're meeting with Constable Zungu at the office of the National Commissioner. Zungu, then what transpired?
Bathi ke manje so lapha kuma-office ase-National Commissioner ohlangana ke no-Constable Zungu ngabe yini enzeka ngemuva ukuthi uhlangane naye?
He gave the information, my lord, about accused 1 and 2, but also then makes mention of his father, and that led to the arrangement of me requesting that the father must be present to corroborate what he was saying.
Athi lapho ke wakhuluma mayelana nomsola oqala futhi nomsola wesibili futhi nobabakhe bese bona bazama inhlelo ukuthi baba wakhe naye futhi abe khona ke lapho ke.
Thank you. Then, subsequent to this information, you then went on with your corroboration process in order to authenticate what told you, not so?
Athi ngemuva ke kololu lwazi akunikeze lona ke wena ke wenza lapho ke isiqiniseko ukuthi uhlanganisa konke lokho akutshela kutshela ngakho kuthizeni uthole ke icala leli.
Yes, that led us, my lord, in essence, to the 17th of November 2019, where Zungu's father came, brought by Constable Zungu, and the statement was then disposed. That implicated accused 1 and 2 in this matter. This is now from the father of Constable Zungu.
athi yebo khona ke lapho kunjalo ke ngoba Constable Zungu waletha wafika futhi hamba nobabakhe noma mhlawumbe waletha kubabakhe lapho ke ngelanga la nge-17 ngenyanga kaNovember ke ngomnyaka ka-2019 bese wabhala ke statement lapho ke esiphelekezwe statement sakababa wakhe.
You say the father made a statement implicating accused number 1 and 2.
That is correct. On the 17th of November 2019, my lord.
Uthi ubabakhe wabhala statement lapho ke kade akhuluma khona ke ngomsolo oqala futhi nomsolo wesibili athi yebo kunjalo wasibhala statement laso ke ngelanga la nge-17 ngenyanga kaNovember ke ngomnyaka ka-2019.
Thank you. I'm not so sure whether you will recall the date on which you met Zungu at the office of the National Commissioner. If you do, you can just inform the court about it.
Athi akanaso isiqiniseko semhlanje ngabe usakhumbula yini ilanga la owahlangana ngalo nomnumzana uConstable Zungu kumahhovisi we-National Commissioner osela thatha upension wakhe.
No, I do not recall, my lord.
Athi cha ngisalikhumbuleke ilanga lelo.
But it was certainly a date before the 17th of November 2019, and so?
Usuthi akusinjalo ukuthi kade kuyilanga kade lengaphambili kulanga la nge-17 zakaNovember ngomnyaka ka-2019.
It is so, my lord. It was actually much earlier in the year. I just can't place a specific date, but it was before June. It was between June, January, and maybe even May, my lord. So it was around the first term, if you call it in court terms. So it was around that time, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo kepha ke xa mhlawumbe kade kuphakathi kwenyanga kaMarch noma uMay lapho ke kepha kade kungaphambi kwenyanga kaJune yomnyaka lo ke.
Thank you. Now very briefly, what is it that Zungu told you about accused number 1, number 2 and his father?
Bathi nje ngonciphile ngabe yini le uZungu wakutshela yona ke malana nomsola wokuqala nomsola wesibili futhi nobaba wakhe.
My lord, it was very short. Zungu was at the time he told me about his father witnessing a dispute between the families or some of the family members of accused 1 and 2. That's my recollection. That was the essence of it. And in that dispute or argument, it was then made mention that accused 1 and 2 are involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. And that is the information that the father witnessed, and then he communicated that information with his son, who is a police officer. And that's so it flew from there. And subsequently, then I met the father, who then corroborated that part to say there was a dispute, he witnessed this, but he's not saying for the fact that they were involved, he's simply narrating what he heard. And then the names of accused 1 and 2 were mentioned, my lord.
Umnumzana ke ubaba kaZungu ke into engitshela ukuthi ke lapho ke na ke kade yakhona ke kade kufakazi phakathi kwengxoxo mpikiswano mhlawumbe yebo phakathi kwengxoxo mpikiswano kade khona ke phakathi komndeni kamsola oqala futhi nomsola wesibili ke yena ke uJwezwa lapho ngesikhathi kade komndeni uxoxa lapho ke noma kade uphikisana khona ke lapho ke thizeni ke umsola oqala nomsola wesibili futhi washo namagama wabo ke lapho ke kulengxoxo mpikiswano kade khona ke lapho ke ekuthizeni ke banesandla ekulaleni ke uSenzo Meyiwa futhi leyo into ayitshela kuZungu njengoba uZungu ade kuyiphoyisa ke bese kuZungu wenza kamahlelo ukuthi ahambe ke ayotshela ke abantu basemthethweni.
Is there anything further that you said?
No, my recollection at the time, my lord, and I'm not quoting verbatim, I'm saying the summary, the essence, if I was to summarize, that was the flow of the discussion. Hence, there was a request from me to him that he should then arrange his father so that I can take the discussion forward. And subsequently, the father was arranged on the 17th of November 2019. And that's when he disposed an affidavit. This is now the father. And what he said is contained in that affidavit, Mr. Absolom Zungu.
Athi nje ngokunciphile ke lapho yiyo ke inkulumo yabo kade benayo ke ngelanga lelo ke futhi bese wenza ke inhlelo zokuthi ke umnumzana ke uZungu alethe kubabakhe lapho ke kuyena ke ekuzena zokhonta ukukhuluma naye phansi ebisahambisa ngofakazi lo kade akhuluma lapho ke futhi ubaba kaConstable Zungu ke lapho ke wabhala ke statement sakhe ngaphansi kohlelo lo affidavit ke lapho ke istatement lesona so athi sikhona la ngaphambi kwesenkantolo.
Thank you. So, in essence, what was discussed in that day is to the effect that Zungu told you that my father told me that there was a situation where there was a dispute, wherever the dispute was, that involved amongst the things that were said in the content of that dispute, it emerged that accused number 1 and 2 were involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. If I'm just trying to paraphrase what you just said now.
Athi uma ibusela ke inkulumo kodwa ukhuluma manje ukuthi kade kukhona kungabone ngasonya phakathi kwalabantu mhlawumbe ngabo noma phakathi kwalemindeni emibili bese ke imindeni emibili ke yasho khona njalo ukuthi ke umsola oqala futhi umsola wesibili ke banesandla ekuthizeni ke kushona mhlawumbe abulaleke Senzo Meyiwa.
In essence, my lord, like I said, I can't recall it verbatim, but that is the essence of what was happening. One of the accused of both may even have been involved, if I recall what Constable Zungu said. But the essence of it, when Mr. Absolung Zungu came and he disposed an affidavit, he did confirm that there was this dispute, and in the discussion, when the tempers were high, it was then made mention that the 2 accused may have been involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa.
Thank you.
Athi ngeke kakhumbula amagama ke ngendlela eqondile noma amagama akadakhulunywa ngoqondile lapho ke kepha kuyasho khona njalo ukuthi lapho ke indaba lena ke yaqhamuka ngesikhathi kade khona kungabone ngasonya phakathi kwalemindeni emibili ke ngesikhathi ke benengoqompikiswana lapho ke kula khona ke waqhamuka khona ke udaba lokuthi ke umsola oqala futhi nomsola wesibili banesandla ekubulaleni ke uSenzo Meyiwa. Futhi yilokho baba kaZungu owakhuluma ngaphansi kohlelo lakho le-affidavit.
So, in brief, Zungu approached the office of the National Commissioner, who in turn called you to tell him, Zungu, now meaning him is Zungu, narrating this information to the National Commissioner about information that he received from his father.
Ngokugcwele ukuthi lapho ke umnumzana Constable Zungu ke wahamba waya kuma office ke we National Commissioner wamtshela malana nodaba mhlawumbe malana nolwazi kade alutholile oqhamuka kubabakhe.
No, but my lord, I can't say that. I was not there. This is what I've said. I do not know what Constable Zungu discussed with the National Commissioner, so I don't know the details of their discussion, except to say when the former National Commissioner called me, was say there is a person, a member, who has information about the suspect involved in this case. That's it. It didn't take it any further to say this is what they've discussed or not discussed. So I do not know what they've discussed, if they did discuss even for that matter, my lord.
Athi cha enakufakazi uyaxolisa ngoba akanalo ulwazi ukuthi ngabe kade bekhuluma ngani ke lapho ke umnumzana Constable Zungu futhi National Commissioner osilo thatha upension wakhe lapho ke emsebenzini wakhe ke kepha yena ke ngesikhathi kade kafika lapho ke wamtshela ukuthi bamtshele ocingweni ukuthi kunomlisa uthizeni osebenza ngaphansi kweziphoyisa ke athi unolwazi mina nabasolwa abanesandla ke noma yebo abanesandla ekuthizeni babulale kuSenzo Meyiwa noma abanesandla kulicala leli kade yena ufakazi alisesha.
Thank you, Brigadier. On the same vein, when you had a conversation with Zungu, it transpired that he told you, or he reported to you about information that he received from his father about people who might be involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa.
Ukuthi kusho ukuthi ngesikhathi kade kunenkulumo no Constable Zungu ukuthi watshela ukuthi nake unolwazi malana nabantu noma mhlawumbe nabasolwa abakade kube nesandla ekuthizeni babulale uSenzo Meyiwa.
That's correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kuyiqiniso.
Thank you. Now, in order to confirm that which you heard from Constable Zungu, you then arranged for the father to come and make an affidavit, a sworn affidavit, in which happened on the 17th of November 2019. And indeed, according to you, the father confirmed that.
Ekwenzeni isiqiniseko salokho ukuthi wena ke wenza ke inhlelo zokuthi ubaba kaMnumzana Constable Zungu ke lapho ke bekhona ke lapho ke uhlangane naye. Ngemuva noma ngesikhathi uhlangana naye bese wena kwabhala affidavit ebhala ngaphansi kwesifungo. Ngabe akusinjalo?
So the affidavit, the arrangement for the father, my lord, were made by Constable Zungu. I simply made a request to say I need to see the father. It took some time from that time to the time when the father came to dispose such an affidavit. That's the first part, Madam.
Athi-ke iphuzo lokuqala ke lapho-ke umnumzana uZungu owahlela ekuthizeni ke alethe ubaba wakhe. Futhi lokho kwenzeka ngemuva kwesikhathi eside ekuthizeni ubaba kazobhala uhlelo lwafidavit elibhala ngaphansi kwesifungo.
And then the confirmation by the father was to an extent of mentioning accused 1 and 2 as the people that he was implicating in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa.
Athi imbangela noma mhlambe isikhangiso esadlala ubaba kaZungu ukuthi asitshele malana nenkulumo akade ayizwile ngesikhathi kade khona inqompikiswano phakathi kwemindeni emibili emalana nomsola oqala futhi nomsola esibili ukuthi bona ke banesandla ekubaleni ke ekushoneni kukaSenzo Meyiwa.
Yes, that's how it unfolded, man.
Athi yona ke ndlela ekwaqhamuka ngayo ke noma kwenzeka ngayo ke izinto leyo ke.
Now, you saying the affidavit was made by Constable Zungu. Which affidavit are you referring to? Is an affidavit that was made by Constable Zungu before Farah came to make an affidavit.
Pardon?
I'm sorry, sir. Alright, what's your surname again?
Mr. Mtsanga.
Mtlanga.
Mtsanga.
Msanga.
Mtsanga.
Mzanga.
Yes, sir.
It's M-Z-A.
It's
Yes.
M-D-Z-A-N-G-A.
It's M what?
M-D-Z-A-N-G-A.
Oh, Mtsanga.
Yes.
Okay, no, thanks, Mr. Mtsanga. Now, you are saying after your meeting with Constable Zungu, there was an affidavit that was made by Constable Zungu because the affidavit that his father made took some time after you had met with Constable Zungu. I don't know if I got you clear there.
Athi akanaso isiqiniseko ukuthi ngabe uzwe kahle ke lapho ukuthi zeke ngemuva ukuhlangana noConstable Zungu ke umnumzana Constable Zungu wabhala uhlelo affidavit lapha ngaphansi kwesifungo ngaphambi ukuthi uhlangane nobaba wakhe ngelanga lenge-19 noma.
No, that's not what I've said. I've said the arrangements were made between myself and Constable Zungu, my lord, for his father.
Yes.
And it took time from the first meeting we had, and subsequently in between, I know that there were calls and there were events that led to the arrangements of the, even before the 17th of November, there were meetings that were arranged even in the month of November, and that is where Brigadier Perumal comes in, but I won't go there because Advocate Mnisi has not gone there. Now, the first affidavit that we've got that implicates, this is now a statement under oath, that implicates accused 1 and 2, was disposed by his father, Mr. Absalom Zungu. Constable Zungu made an affidavit, I think in 2023, much later. The first affidavit that we had was from his father and is dated 17 November 2019.
Athi ke lapho ke ngemuva kokuthi ahlangane noConstable Zungu kuma office financial commissioner ke lapho ke kade khona ukuxhumana ocingweni kade kukhona ke phakathi kwakhe nomnumzana Constable Zungu ikhathi eziningi ke lapho ke noma ihlandlo eziningi ke lapho ke kepha ke umnumzana Constable Zungu yena ke i-affidavit yakhe ayibhala ngaphansi kwesifungo ke wayibhala ngomnyaka ka-2023 emuva kwezinyanga ke eziningi lapho ke kepha i-affidavit abayibhala lapho ke wayibhala baba kaZungu ke yabhala baba kaZungu ke ngelanga la nge-19 ngenyanga ka-November ke ngomnyaka ka-2019 la kade aqala khona ke mayana nento kade ayibonile kade kuwufakazi wayo lapho ngesikhathi kade ke imindeni emibili ke ingaboni ngasonye mhlawumbe kade benenokumpikiswano khona ke lapho.
But on this meeting, there's nothing else that Zungu said except to refer to you what his father told him.
Bathi malana nomhlangano lona ushuthi ayikho ke enye into nayikhuluma nomnumzana Constable Zungu ngaphandle kolwazi kade analo alithola kubaba wakhe.
Yes, no, nothing, my lord. But it was also not to say this is the only information. The content was not driven to that discussion to say, is this the only thing we know? So I relied on what he was telling me and I moved on that part. So yes, that was what we discussed. But the follow-up question is to say, was this the only knowledge he had? We didn't go there because I was flowing from what he was telling me, my lord, and he was referring me to his father, and subsequently then I followed the father, my lord.
athi yebo khona kunjalo kepha akafuni ukuthi yilo kuphela ulwazi noma mhlambe inkulumo abanayo leyo ke kepha kuyasho khona njalo ukuthi lapho khona ke mhlamba awakhuluma ke lapho ke futhi bese wakusala ke emuva lokho malana nobaba wakhe umnumzana uZungu ngoba uyena kade anolwazi kodwa liqhamukile.
Brigadier, we need to be very cautious about the usage of the terms. I didn't say knowledge. I said the only thing that is said to you.
Athi akathizanga ke ulwazi kepha uthi inkulumo awayikhuluma nawe ngabe yiyo le kuphela noma
I'm listening. I heard the statement, my lord. I'm not sure. Should I answer? I'm not sure, my lord. But I hear what Advocate Mnisi is saying.
Tuyakuzwa ke mnumzana Mnisi kepha akazi ukuthi mhlambi kade umtshela makade ulinde ukuthi aphendule kulo nkulumo leyo ke.
I am saying, I didn't say to you whether you asked him if he had some other knowledge except what he told you on this day. I only said to you, is this the only thing that he said to you on this day?
Athi ke ummeli akakubuzile ukuthi wena ke mhlambi yilo ulwazi lolo nalikhuluma ngelanga lelo ke mhlambi nalo olunye ulwazi kade analo mayelana nodaba lolu noma mhlambi inkulumo ethi qinize kulokho akutshela khona kuphela.
Yes, this is the only part that we discuss, my lord.
Athi lona phuzu leli sakhuluma ngalo ke.
With your investigative experience, did you try to find out anything from him personally, if beyond this, that's now where the knowledge comes in, if beyond what he told you, is there anything that he would know about what could have happened to Senzo?
Manje ke malana neminyaka ke onayo esipilweni ngaphansi kweziphoyisa futhi usesha ke amacala ke ngabona ukaze umbuzo ukuthi mhlambe yilo lolu kuphela ulwazi analo malana nokushona kukaSenzo.
No, my lord, it was not necessary. You have someone who goes to the office of the National Commissioner who says, I have this information, and you give you the name. I don't think, in my experience, that you will then want to subject that person to an interrogation or to a view that now you want to dig on him. He came forward on his own and is narrating. He was not compelled at that time. He came forward and said, this is what I've heard. I've heard this thing from my father. And when I asked for his assistance insofar as getting his father, he was willing and working with us. Now, that is a different approach when you interview a suspect or a person whom you think has a knowledge in your matter, but you already led to him. This is the person who's coming forward. So you take what you are having, not wanting to discourage the person to subject such a person to perhaps some type of the question that Advocate Mnisi is asking me now. So I didn't ask him, my lord. He was cooperating. He gave me the information voluntarily, and I felt that I can work with him in terms of what he was giving me.
Athi cha kade ngabalekile ekuthizeni yena ke ambuza ke imibuzo lapho ke umnumzana uConstable Zungu kepha ke okade kubalekile ukuthi kathole kolwazi lolu kade alalela mhlawumbe kade lethe uConstable Zungu ke lapho ke futhi umnumzana uConstable Zungu wamlekelela noma wamsiza ekuthizeni enza kamahlelo uhlelo ukuthi athu ahlangane nobrigadier ke ahlangane nobaba wakhe uConstable Zungu ke ukuthi baba wakhe uyena kade anolwazi ke lolu kade afisa ukuthi alwazi noma mhlawumbe alithole ke lapho ke futhi ashuthi madana nodaba isipilo leminyaka yakhe ngaphansi kweziphoyisa futhi esebenza kumacala kusesha amacala lapho ke yena abaphuqi abantu ethizeni ke bababuze babahlabe noma mhlamba babaphenye ngemibuzo ke lapho ke uma ngaba umuntu letha ke ufakazi ukuthize kubona noma mhlamba ulwazi ukuthize kubona ke yena wasala nje udaba emuva lo lwazi lolu kade alithola mhlamba yebo information le kade bemtshela nakho uConstable Zungu bese wamlekelela uConstable Zungu ethizeni ke alethe ubaba wakhe kuyena ke.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now, you decide not to ask him any further question. I assume on that day, you then parted ways and started to make some follow-up with regard to how would you come into contact with the father in order to corroborate what what Constable Zungu has said.
Athi ke uyasho khona ukuthi ngelanga lelo awukazi kumbuza imibuzo kepha ngemuva kwalokho ke naqhumana ucingweni nomhlanje nenza ke indlela lazo ukuthi niqhumane ke lapho ke ngenhloso ukuthi akulekelele ekuthizeni ke baba kho ngamthola kanjani ke ekuthizeni azohambisana nalo nkulumo ekade akutshela yona.
No, Mr. Matsanga.
My apologies, counsel.
Yeah, Mr. Matsanga, I'm not saying there was a telephonic conversation. All that I'm saying is that subsequent to this meeting, that is after this meeting, they then parted ways. After having parted ways, then Brigadier Gininda embarked on a process to try and corroborate what Zungu had told him. And in that process, Brigadier Gininda also met Zungu's father.
Athi asukuthi nasha isilungiso ke lapho ke asukuthi naxhumana ocingweni. Kepha ngemuva ukuthi nihlangane ilanga lento lokuqala ke lapho ke nehlukana. Futhi ngemuva ukuthi nehlukane bese nahamba ke uhambo lokuthizeni ke umnomzana uZungu akhona ukukusiza ekuthizeni alethu babakhe kuwena ke. Ngemuva ukuthi alethu babakhe bese babakhe azohambisana nalenkulumo le kade uyizwile eqhamuka ke kumnomzana Constable Zungu.
After our meeting, my lord, it is correct that subsequent to our meeting, effort were made to find the father. The corroboration part, I'm just not sure, between the first meeting with Zungu to the time we met his father, if there was much except trying to locate the father, because that was the focus of my investigation, to say we must embark on this process of him convincing the father to come forward, because it was clear that the father is not willing, or rather that they were not thinking of exposing the father to the police. The impression that I got, my lord, during the investigation is that they thought it will be enough for Zungu just to communicate. This is now Constable Zungu, and that's it. So really the effort between that point up to the time, I can safely say around the 12th of November, prior to the 12th of November, because I know in the 12th of November 2019, there was a meeting that was supposed to take place. It didn't take place. On the 13th, when it took place, that's when the father was confirmed that he will come on the 17th. And it's on the 17th when we now had a statement under oath from his father implicating accused 1 and 2, that the cold case analysis then zoomed in, because now we had evidence, we had statement from Zungu. It was just an information, and I might say, my lord, there were a lot of information coming all over from different factors which were following up. So it was really that where we had a statement under oath for the first time was on the 17th of November 2019 from Absalom Zungu, and then subsequent to that we zoom in now deeper in terms of the cold case analysis, and I've testified as to what transpired with the cases that involve accused number 1 as well as accused number 2.
Athi nanoma ngasizana nanoma bahamba uhlelo lwabo lokuhlangana nobaba kaZungu lapho ke athi yena ke into kade isemqoka kuyena ke ukuthi ke bafince noma bathole kubaba kaMnumzana Constable Zungu ke lapho ke futhi bamlethe la kubona ke ngoba noma mhlawumbe bamtshele ukuthi kumele ukuthi eze la kubona ke mhlawumbe yebo bamsiza mhlawumbe bamtshele ukuthi izinto aze kubona ke ngoba ke ukhona komhlangano kade uhleliwe ukuthi uhlale ngelanga la nge-12 zakaNovember ngomnyaka ka-2013 ka-2019 kepha ukaze uwenze komhlangano lo ke sagcina behlangana ngelanga la nge-13 zakaNovember ngomnyaka ka-2019 ngesikhathi behlangana ngelanga la nge-13 zakaNovember ngomnyaka ka-2019 kulabo bamcela khona ukuthi akeze ke futhi ngelanga la nge-17 zakaNovember ngomnyaka ka-2019 ithi zikhuluma ke mayelana nenkulumo le kade yena ke ufakazi ayizwile eqhamuka ku-Constable Zungu ke bese ubaba wakhe ahambisana nayo futhi abhale isitatimende sakhe ngaphansi kwehlelo lwesifungo noma mhlawumbe ngaphansi kwesifungo ke futhi athi kade khona ke ulwazi oluningi kade liqhamuka kubantu noma kwindawo ezahlukene.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now, subsequent to this meeting, which you had at the offices of the National Commissioner, to go back to your team and say, hey, dear good people, this is the information that I have with regard to the case that you are requested to investigate. In other ways, do you have the courtesy to go and give them a report back? I'm referring to Ramo Hali, Butedes, and Makubo.
Bathi ke ngemuva komhlangano wakhe ke lapho kuma office National Commissioner ke nomnumzana uZungu ngabe wahamba waya kulabo kade usebenza ngabo kule thimba lakho noma kule qembu lakho ke lapho kufika ubatshela ukuthi ke unolwazi onalo mhlawumbe unolwazi osule ulitholile mayelana lecala leli kade ke nilenza ni search niphenya lapho ke abo Ramo Holo abo Buthelezi futhi labo Makhobo.
Yes, so my lord, at that time, my recollection, I know that the cracks between us and the other team was already there, but we were not out of communication. And I do know that this particular information, I did share it with Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi and Makubo, and I'm referring to the other team. The team that was obviously part of the cold case, it was a given. I did tell them because they were part of us. But the other team, this is now, well, there was really one team, but obviously then, we're then divided because of different views. Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi was informed by me because I shared, and I know that subsequent to that, they may have spoken to Constable Zongo, but I did share that information because we were still in speaking terms, although with different views, as well as Warrant Officer Makubo. Insofar as the information of Constable Zongo, that yes, I did share, and as well as the team that was part of the cold case team unit.
Athi yebo khona lapho ke wabatshela khumule khona njalo yena kwatshela uLieutenant Colonel Buthelezi malana nolwazi lonke kepha yasho khona ngathi iqamaqembu wabo kade behlukile ngendaba ukuthi kade bengaboni ngasonye lapho ke kepha besenza icala lelike lapho ke namhlanje kade bengaboni ngesonye yebo kade bengaboni ngasonye ngesikhathi besenza usesha kwabo icala lelike kepha yasho ukuthi yebo wakhuluma nabo wabatshela ke futhi no warrant officer Makubo naye uqiniseka kamtshelile malana nolwazi lolu kade athulile.
In addition, my lord, I also briefed the National Commission because I had to give a feedback, as we're reporting this matter directly to him. So I did give him a feedback of the interaction and obviously the briefing that he got continuously until he left office.
Athi futhi ngogcwele wagcina futhi atshela ke uNational Commissioner kade ekhona ke ngesikhathi leso ke malana nolwazi lolu adalithulile ke lapho ke ngoba bavame ukuthi bamtshele ke malana nakho konke kade bekuthola ngesikhathi.
And in addition to this, my lord, because I'm putting the people that I've briefed, in addition to this, at the time when Brigadier Perumal was involved, because he was senior to me, I also briefed him about this, and that led to the meeting of him going with me to meet Constable Zungu on the 13th of November 2019. So that's the person also, because he was appointed by the National Commissioner as the lead, with these differences, and he was the most senior person, senior to me. So I briefed him as my senior and the leader at the time in terms of this investigation.
Athi ngesikhathi esenza usesha kwecala leli labo watshela ke futhi lapho ke uBrigadier Perumani ngoba kade kena ke induna kade khona ke ngaphezulu kunaye kade enesikhundla uPerumani uBrigadier Perumani esingaphezulu kunesakhe kufakazi lapho ke uyashithi wamtshela mina nodaba lolu ke futhi ngesikhathi wohlangana lapho noConstable Zungu ke bekahambisana naye noma bekakade ehamba naye.
Yes, those are the people I informed, my lord, the team members.
Athi ibona ke abantu beqembu lakhe la leli awabatshela.
Thank you. Rest assured, I will not get into the reason for there being two teams that were investigating one matter.
Athi ngoqiniseko ke ngeke agcinize kudaba ukuthi kungana kade khona amaqembu amabili ke phakathi amaqembu amabili lawo kade asesha icala lelodwa.
That could be for another day.
Athi mhlambi into esingabuya futhi sikhulume nosiqoqe ngelinye ke ilanga.
On the 13th of November 2019, what necessitated this meeting between yourself, Zungu and Perumal?
Bathi ngelanga la nge-13 zaka November ngonyaka 2019 yini ke into eyaphoqithile nihlangane wena noBrigadier Perumal futhi nomnumzana Constable Zungu.
My lord, as I've said, Brigadier Perumal at that time was appointed as the senior person to lead the team. There was really, like I'm saying, one team. But I'll park maybe the other part. But it's really one team under one command, and that instruction from the time we incepted in 2018, my lord, to date, has not changed. I've not seen a correspondence from the previous National Commission and the current one, whom I report this matter to, where he's saying there are two teams. This team is meaning my team, and there's another team investigating this matter. There was one team that was appointed. I was appointed as the lead investigating officer, and I'm carrying this matter. That's the position. No other team is carrying this docket. The original lies with this team. So the other notion is really not correct, my lord. But coming to the question of Advocate Mnisi, as I've said, Brigadier Perumal was then appointed. Now, in discussing the investigation plan and the evidence that we had, I made mention of Constable Zungu, and subsequently then wanted him to go with me to follow up, because I did tell him that what is outstanding at the time was to get a collaboration, or the so-called the father that was mentioned by the member, so that we can see if it takes us forward. In the endeavor to find the father and going through General Shabane telephonically. And then Constable Zungu was found, and a meeting was arranged first, my lord, for the 12th of November, which did not materialize between ourselves, Constable Zungu and Brigadier Perumal, and subsequently then the meeting of the 13th of November 2019 then took place. And that is where for the first time Brigadier Perumal saw Zungu. And then this meeting was then, as I said previously, it was successful because in that sense he then said, yes, I'm managed to convince my father, I can arrange to bring him over to give you the statement. And that's how we moved forward, my lord.
Athi kofakazi lapho ke kade kungekho amaqembu amabili kade kaseshiqale kepha iqembu kade likhona ke seshiqale leli elilodwa ke kade kuqembu elilodwa ke lapho ke futhi kade kuyena kumholi weqembu lelo ke kepha kade khona ke omunye futhi uzosiphoyisa ke uBrigadier Perumal kade kuyena ke kade amkhulu ke kunaye ke ufakazi ngokwesikhundla salapha esiphoyiseni noma ngokusebenza lapha esiphoyiseni kepha ke naye kade akhona ke engxenye yokuphenya ke icala leli noma kade yena ke amtshela malana icala leli ukuthi yini ulwazi alutholile noma yini ulwazi angalutholi futhi ukuthi kanjalo ke bekahamba a report lapho ku National Commissioner ngesikhathi leso ke futhi namanje usahamba a report lapho ku National Commissioner mana icala leli uyasho kanjalo ukuthi isikhathi sokuqala lapho ke ehamba nomnumzana uBrigadier Perumal uyohlangana ke nomnumzana ke uZungu Constable Zungu ke kade kuyilanga la nge12 zenyanga kaNovember ngomnyaka ka2019 kepha ke ngebhadi noma ngeshwa ke abakaze bahlangane naye ke ngelanga leli la nge12 zakaNovember ngomnyaka ka2019 kepha wagcina behlangana naye ke ngelanga la nge13 zakaNovember ngomnyaka ka2019 ngenhloso ukuthizeni abathole ukuthi ngabe lenkulumo kade abatshele ke ufakazi ke umnumzana Constable Zungu ke ihambisana nenkulumo kababa wakhe le kade athuzwe kubaba wakhe kungakho gcina behlangana nobaba wakhe ke lapho ke ngelanga la nge17 zakaNovember ngomnyaka ka2019 ekuthizeni ugcina bethola ukudaba lolu ke.
So the purpose for the meeting of the 13th of November 2019 between yourself, Perumal and Zungu, number one, was that Perumal should meet Zungu personally, and then number two, that Zungu should come and confirm if his father was willing to come and make a statement. Is that a correct paraphrasing?
Athi ngabe ukuzwe kahle ke ukuthi isizathu esaphoqa ukuthi zenke wahambe lapho ke nomnumzana uBrigadier Perumal nomnumzana uBrigadier Perumal nehlangana nomnumzana Constable Zungu ukuthi benifisa ukuthi ke amtshele malana nodaba lolu alizwe ngobaba wakhe uphuzu loqala lelo ke. The second one,
and the second one is that for Zungu or for Perumal to meet Zungu personally in person.
Bese ke elesibili ukuthi ke lapho kuBrigadier Perumal ahlangane nomnumzana uConstable Zungu mathupha.
No, that's not it's close but not accurate, my lord. Brigadier Perumal, as I said, my lord, was the lead was the senior person. I was still appointed as the leader, but because of his seniority then he was leading. I shared this information with him and he assisted in going down to Constable Zungu as part of the investigation approach. Not to say he must just meet him, there was no essence. Just to say the lead that I have at the time, this is it. And this lead is still outstanding because I don't have the father. And as I said, my lord, then there was a struggle of me finding Constable Zungu. Hence I had to go through his commander because I knew at the time that he was reporting under General Shabane. So the effort of getting to him first was to follow up on what he told us with Brigadier Perumal. And I said Brigadier Perumal then met him for the first time in that meeting. And then subsequent then to that meeting, then the arrangement for the father then came up. Brigadier Perumal may have asked him a few questions or so, I don't remember vividly, my lord. But the essence of it from my side was that there was this outstanding information of the father. Let's follow it up, and then it was then taken further on that day, my lord.
Athi lokucishe kwafana ngamashina lokho kepha akusenjalo ke ngoba yasho khona nje ukuthi yena ke lapho ke wahamba nomnumzana uBrigadier Perumal ngoba kade kuye kade amkhulu kunaye malana nesikhundla sokusebenza kepha kufakazi umnumzana uBrigadier Gininda kade kuyena bekahola ke iqembu leli lokusesha ke icala leli ke futhi yasho khona njalo ukuthi lapho ke kade engamthuli kahle ke umnumzana Constable Zungu ke lapho ke noma ubaba ka Constable Zungu futhi kulabo wenza khona ke inzamo zokuthi lapho ke agcine iqhumana nomnumzana kade ku General Commander General ule Shabane lo kade kuyena umnumzana uZungu ade areporta kuyena ke emsebenzini ke futhi bese kwaba uye kwabalele obasiza ekuthizini ugcine bethola ke lapho ke umnumzana Constable Zungu.
So in essence, my lord, we went to him as part of investigation. I simply unpacked what transpired, but the essence of it was investigation, my lord.
Athi ngogcwele baya lapho ke kuyena ke njengeqembu kade lisesha ke icala.
I'm done, my lord.
Atuqedile.
Thank you. So, on the 13th, what in essence happened is that Zungu confirmed to you that his father was willing to come make a statement about those allegations that Zungu mentioned when you had a meeting with, when you met at the office of the National Commissioner. And it was for the first time that Brigadier Perumal met Zungu in person on this stage.
Ushuthi ngelanga lela nge13 ke lapho ke kade nisenza ke uhambo inhloso emhlangano wenu bekwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi umnumzana kuZungu akutshela malana nezinsolo lezi kwabakhe kade anazo ke malana nabasola becala leli ke futhi umnumzana Brigadier Perumal bekaqala ukuhlangana nomnumzana uConstable Zungu Mathupha.
That is the essence of that meeting, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo ke.
Thank you. Then 4 days down the line, which is the 17th, Zungu the senior, as now Constable Zungu's father, has his statement taken. Not so, according to you.
Athi ke malana nawe asuthi ngemuva kwamalanga ke amane lapho ke kula ubaba ka Constable Zungu namthola ngalo ke ilanga lelo ke bese wabhala statement sakhe.
That is correct, my lord. Yes, that's correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Now, the circumstances under which the statement was made, what happened was, did you go to Zungu's father where he was staying? I don't know where he's staying. Did he come to your offices? Also met at the office of the National Commissioner? What transpired? What happened?
Bathi malana nokuthatha statement sakababa kaMnumzana uZungu ngabe kade nisithatha ngaphansi kwesimo esinjani ngabe nashayela nahamba naye la kade ahlala khona ke noma yena weza ngaphansi kwamahhovisi wenu noma nahamba naye ngaphansi kwamahhovisi we-National Commissioner?
So the first part, my lord, no, we didn't go to his place of residence. Constable Zungu brought him to the office of the National Commissioner, and that's where the statement was taken. At that time, the former National Commissioner was no longer sitting at Telkom Towers, but he was sitting at Maupanaga around November. So, and my office was also there. So, but we utilized the ballroom of the National Commissioner, where the statement was taken by me. In the absence of Constable Zungu, we simply introduced him, and then he left, and then I interviewed him and took the statement.
Athi ke ufakazi lapho ke umnumzana Constable Zungu owaletha kubaba wakhe lapho ke kuma office aseMupanaga kepha ke ukhumule khona nje National Commissioner kade engasahlali ngaphansi kwebhilidi noma ngaphansi kwama office aseTelkom. Yebo kade behlala ngaphansi kweoffice aseMupanaga kula khona ke wamletha ubaba wakhe uZungu lethi ubaba wakhe khona ke lapho ke bese yena ke wahamba bona bangena ngaphakathi kwegumbi la Commissioner khona ke lapho ke ngesikhathi lesi bathatha statement sakaZungu sakababa kaZungu uZungu okuyindodana.
Thank you. And part of the content of that statement was what Zungu narrated to you. That's now Constable Zungu, when you met him in the offices of the National Director some time ago.
Usuthi ke ingxenye statement lesi sakababa kaZungu kade ihambisana nenkulumo le uZungu akutshela ke ngesikhathi lapha ngaphansi kwamahhovisi we-Commissioner.
Yes, in the sense that his father confirmed that he was privy to this misunderstanding and that the names of accused 1 and 2 were sort of like mentioned as the people involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. In that context, yes, it was confirmed, my lord.
Athi yebo khona ke lapho kunjalo khona ke la wakhuluma khona ukuthi ubaba wakhe kade akhona ke ngesikhathi esibili kamsolo oqala futhi nomsolo wesibili ke kade benengqoqo mpikiswano bengabone ngasonye lapho ke malana nento wena awayizwa nesikhathi eqhamuka igama la kamsolo oqala futhi nomsolo wesibili ukuthi bona ke banesandla ekushoneni kukaSenzo Meyiwa.
Thank you, Brigadier. You know, I'm going to ask you this question as a matter of a principle. Now, I've read so many papers. I can't remember what whether I came across a statement of Zungu's father or what. But be that as it may, this is the question I'm going to ask you. Now, did Zungu's father, I take it when you interviewed him, before he made a statement, you had an interview with him, not so?
Bathi ubaba kaZungu ngaphambi ukuthi kabhale statement sakhe lapho ke wena ke waba nenkulumo naye akusinjalo?
That's correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
And the statement that he made followed the interview which you had, and it was basically a confirmation of the content of the interview that you had, not so?
Bathi ngemuva ukuthi ube nenkulumo naye kula wabhala khona ke statement sakhe ngesikhathi ubhala statement sakhe kade usenza iqiniseko sokuthi lokhu akutshele khona ngesikhathi benikhuluma ke kuyahambisana nalokho ubhala ku statement sakhe akusinjalo?
Yeah, in a sense, my lord, but remember the interview is not as formal as you will get when you interview suspects. It's basically the person gets introduced to you is not a suspect, so you are more on the receiving end. You get introduced, and then you obviously put question that you have a reason to believe that he's gotten knowledge about this matter, and then the person starts talking. Then that discussion confirm what Constable Zungu told me, and then the next question, are you willing to make a statement to this effect and possibly then testify if the defense call you? The answer is yes, and the statement gets taken down, my lord. So that is the flow. So it's not like you first record word for word the interview, because you're dealing with someone almost like in a position of whistleblower, is bringing information. So you open the door for the person to tell you everything they want to tell you, and then obviously then formalize the arrangement by taking the statement. The arrangement is formal, my lord, but when I say formalize, in other words, you take it down now and then the person will sign.
Athi yebo kunjalo kepha ukhumule khona njalo mothatha istatement somuntu oletheke ulwazi kuwena ke sehlukile kune statement sakamsola lo sozama uvama usita kumsolo wakhe lapho ke ekuthizeni kumbuzo imibuzo besaphendule baqhumbuza umbuzo besaphenduleke athi la kuyafana ukuthi wena ke sekuvuleke isandla sakho lapho ke kepha ke isandla sosivulile kula uthola khona ke ulwazi mana nodaba lolu akulethele lona ke umuntu loyo ke futhi bese ngemuva uthi akutshele ke ulwazi lolo ke bese yambuza ke imibuzo uthi ngabe uyimisele yini ekuthizeni uthatha istatement besathi yebo akanayo inkinga bese futhi umbuzo uthi ngabe uyimisele ekuthizeni uze ngaphambi inkosi enkantolo uthi ufakazi bakho uma ngabe inkosi enkantolo mhlawumbe abameli enkantolo bekudinga ekuthizeni uzothi ufakazi bakho bese wathi yebo kunjalo ke bese ngemuva kwalokho soqala babhala statement sakhe ke bekepha bekangabhali umuqa nomuqa mhlawumbe igama ngegama ngesikhathi sibabhala statement lesonke.
Brigadier, I hear what you say, but is it not a best practice rule before you take down somebody else's statement to have an interview with them to find out if that which he's about to give in his statement relates to the case that you're investigating, rather than just to say, hey, come, just right, without making some preliminary inquiries about the relevance of that which he had come to see you about.
Athi njalo ukuthi umuntu uma afika lapha ngaphansi kofisi lakho noma mhlawumbe uma ofisi wenu ngaphambi thathe statement sakhe kumele qale ibe nenkulumo oqala lana ekukhuluma khona ke bese emuva kwalokho ke bese ubhala lokho kade akutshela khona ke ku statement sakho ke kepha awuvami ukuthi woza lana ngesikhathi uthi maqedwe ukuthi woza lana komuntu bese ke qala uyabhala phansi.
Yes, my lord, it is more of a procedure. As Advocate Mnisi is saying, you can't just write, because you need to know whether the part that wants to be communicated to you is relevant or not, or whether if someone is reporting a crime, there are elements of a crime there or not. So you will start there. The mere point I was trying to get across, my lord, is that it is a different approach when you're dealing with a witness than when you deal with a suspect. When you deal with a suspect, the questions that you're putting forward prior to the taking of a statement, the statement when you write it, must be recorded in terms of the answers. So that process is formal, it's written down, let me put it that way, from the beginning. Because when you say, I'm going to be asking you on this page, there's a question, there's an answer, question and answer, and then subsequently, you then get to the part where the person will indicate whether he wants to make a statement or choose to remain silent or discuss it with his attorney. When you, and that is now in relation to the suspect. When you speak to a witness or a whistleblower, someone who's coming forward with information, you can't sit down and start recording things. We don't have such a form for witnesses. You give a person a platform, you will obviously record, like in the DARO 2019, that you've met this person, interviewed this person, and that is the session of the direction. Then subsequently, you will then take a statement, which is what I've done, my lord.
athi cha akusinjalo ke kepha ukhumule khona nje mothatha statement sofakazi ke lapho akufani nanoma uthatha statement seyiboshwa noma statement sabasolwa ke ngoba ukhumule khona nje mothatha statement seyiboshwa noma statement sabasolwa ke kula khona ke kunempukuhlala phansi namuntu bese urecorda phansi kule form leli likhona lapho lama one statement la kunemibuzo bese ngenzansi kwesikhala sombuzo ke kunesikhala esikhona lapho la khona ke impendulo ezatshela zona ke uma ubuza kumsolwa imibuzo ke lapho ke kepha ukhumule khona nje uma uthatha statement somuntu olethela ke ulwazi malana necala noma nonento ayaziyo malana necala lelo ke la khona ke yahlukile indlela abasebenza ngakho kwindlela abavama bathatha statement ke sabasolwa ke ngoba yasho khona nje lapho ke akukho ke umbuzo okhona ke lapho kepha wona uvama ukuthi ulalele inkulumo yakhe bese aqala kubhala phansi ke lokhu lolwazi lolu sube akutshela khona ke akutshela lona ke loyo muntu loyo.
Thank you just a second. Thank you, Brigadier. Here it's understandable that you would not have had to have a piece of a paper and pen and write the question and the answer and the question and the answer and the question and the answer as though we are interviewing a suspect. This is a witness, but all that I wanted to find out is that at least there's a preliminary interview that you have with him in order to determine the relevance of his story to the case that you're investigating, not so?
Athi yebo uyakuzwa futhi yabonga ke usho ukuthi lana ke wona ke akusila bophatha khona ke ikhasi bese nepen bese ubhala phansi bese ubuza imibuzo bese ubhala phansi ke la sikhuluma khona ke ngofakazi ufakazi besikhuluma ngaye kula khona ke uzeke esikhathi esiningi uvame ukuthi ke umbuze malana nolwazi sele ulitholile ekuthizeni kajobelele lo lwazi bese ahambisane nalo.
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Thank you, sir. Now, I'll refer to Zungu's father as Zungu the senior, so that we don't mix the two Zungus. Now, when you had this interview with Zungu the senior, did it occur to you that, not really occur to you, did it come out from his statement or the interview that you had with him that he bore first knowledge of this incident of there being a friction or a fight, people who ended up implicating accused number 1 and 2, or that he was narrating something that he could also have heard from somebody else?
But ngesikhathi ke kade ukhuluma oqala nobaba ka Constable Zungu ke lapho ke ngabe yaqhamuka ke na ukuthi yena ke lapho ke kade akulethele ulwazi lento yena ke ayizwa mathupha noma wakade akulethele ulwazi lento kade ayizwile ngomunye umuntu lapho ke equketha umsola oqala nomfuthi nomsola wesibili.
My lord, my recollection, I think he also mentioned someone, so it needed to be confirmed again from him. But the names, as I said, of accused 2, 1 and 2 came up. But I know that there was an individual, from my recollection, that he mentioned, and I testified about this individual and the efforts we made to find a person to come forward. But the relative, especially one of the relatives, who adamantly refused, to say, look, he doesn't want to get involved because the fearful of reprisal that will occur. So I know he made mention of someone which we followed, but the person was not willing to make a statement.
Athi yebo khona ke kunjalo aqhamuka amagama igama likamsolo oqala futhi igama likamsolo wesibili kepha khona ke igama lomuntu othizeni ke lapho ke nalo laqhamuka lapho ke kepha bazama ke bona ke inhlelo zethi bathole kumuntu othizeni lo wesibili ke nakuthi abe khona ke nalo ufakazi bakhe ke kepha wathina kuyasaba ukuthi ke futhi wanqaba futhi wathi yasaba ke kuthizeni eze abe ufakazi ngeqala.
Yes, but my question is still stands, Brigadier. Now you're answering about somebody else. My question is, did he mention that, you know what, I was there when this friction was happening, when this fight and a dispute, let me call it a dispute, yes. I was there when when the dispute happened, wherein accused number 1 and 2 was implicated, or did he say, you know what, I got this information from somebody else that there was a dispute where the name of accused number 1 and 2 came up about them having been involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. That's the difference that I want us to give a dichotomy to.
Athi manje kunomahluko afisa ukuthi awuthole la kuwena ke ngabe ubaba kaZuka Constable Zungu wathi kuwena ke kade akhona ke ngesikhathi kade imindeni lemibili umndeni kamsolo oqala futhi nomndeni kamsolo wesibili kade ungabone ngasonye futhi wazizwela yena inkulumo leyo mathupha ngesikhathi eqhamuka khona igama likamsolo oqala futhi negama likamsolo wesibili noma yinto awathi yena ke uzwe komunye umuntu.
My Lord, as I've said, my recollection, I wanted to get to the statement so that I can then be specific, but my recollection that he mentioned one of his relatives, and that is why there was a need to get this person who would have closed the chain. So it wasn't, and I'm talking under correction, my Lord, but my recollection, it wasn't something that he had a first knowledge of, as Advocate Mnisi is saying.
Excuse me, Brigadier, excuse me. I need pardon. Please, the court, there's a noise that is coming somewhere here. I don't know where it's coming from, but it's disturbing me. I can't follow the Brigadier. There's a koro somewhere here. Please, if it can just be controlled. You see now?
Uyacela ke umeli ukuthi yele ngoba eqhamuka la ngemuva ke ehle kancane engabikho ngoba yamphazamisa ethizeni kalalele ke ufakazi mara nengcazelo kade amtshela yona mhlawumbe uphendula ke umbuzo lo kade bembuza wona.
Yes, it is disturbing. I wonder if you've got a court order here just to keep order here. There's a noise that is coming. I don't know if somebody's scratching the desk or whatever. It's taking away my concentration from the Brigadier. Can you please? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Brigadier. I'm sorry to interject.
No, it's fine, understood, Advocate Mnisi. So I'm saying, my Lord, insofar as I recall, there was a person, one of the relatives, who was involved, and I think if my recollection is correct, he then would have had the first-hand information, which then he shared with his brother. What I don't recall is whether Absalom Zungu had this specific part from him or he arrived later. I don't recall, but what I know, the first-hand information, there was someone, in other words, between Zungu Senior and the actual information, there was someone in the middle, and this is the relative that I'm talking about, where I say he literally refused to come forward in fear of his reprisal when we engage. So there was someone, but if I can get to the statement, my Lord, because it's very specific, he signed it and indicate what transpired, but what is very clear is that the knowledge that was brought to him is that accused 1 and 2 were involved in this matter.
Athi lapho ke khona ke umuntu othizeni ke omndeni ke lapho ke uyena ke umuntu oqala kade anolwazi lokuqala kade analo ke malana icala lihle bese ke wahamba washela watshela ubhuti wakhe malana nolwazi lo kade ke alizwile bese ulwazi ugcina lifika kubaba wabo ke lapho uZungu Senior usuthi omkhulu omdala ke walomndeni ke lapho ke bese kuyena ke waqhamuka weza ngaphambili ke bese waletha ke ulwazi lo kade ke alwazi futhi umuntu othizini lo wathola ke ulwazi iqala ke ngesikhathi athi khona kungabone ngasonya phakathi kwale mindeni emibili ke yena wanqaba kuthizini ke eze ngaphambili bese aphane ngesitatement sakhe noma enza bhali statement sakhe ke bese abuye futhi azothula ufakazi bakhe wathi niyasaba lokho.
So, Brigadier, the information that you got from Zungu the Senior is that there was a person who he got this information from, who implicated accused number 1 and number 2. You're just not certain about the name for now.
Athi-ke manje usho ukuthi wena ke ulwazi oluthola kubaba kaZungu ke lapho noma uZungu omdala ke kuwukuthi khona ke umuntu othizeni owaqhamuka esithi yena kunolwazi manani icala leli futhi la kade eqhukethwa khona kumsolo oqala futhi nomsolo wesibili.
My Lord,
Kepha unasiqiniseko segama okwamanje.
can I then be allowed maybe to get to the statement, because I want to assist Advocate Mnisi, but and I know I can hear where he wants to go, but
Now I'm going nowhere, I'm here.
No, I'm saying about the question, where you're
Oh.
going, because you want me to indicate what he told me. So I want to assist, but I can't recall specifically what he told me, but I do know it's contained in a statement of Mr. Absalom Zungu.
Manje kufakaza ecela ukuthi inkosi enkantolo emuphe nje isikhathi alekelele umnomzana Advocate Mnisi ekuthizeni kathola istatement lesike sakababa uZungu Absalom Zungu ubaba kaConstable Zungu ke la athi kubhalwe khona ke malana nodaba lolu ngaphakathi kwestatement.
The statement says exhibit triple U of Absalom Zungu.
As it is a court, my lord. And this is not out of disrespect, my lord. I did not bring my whole laboratory, the library. Yes, I did not bring all the papers here, my lord. Otherwise, I would have been expected to bring more than 20,000 pages there ago. So I will rely from the assistance from the state, my lord. But I think, my lord, on that note, I feel that it will do no harm if I request that we adjourn for the day and then we'll take up the aspect tomorrow morning, because it's already 20 minutes past 3, my lord. If we can just park the bus now. Not that we're Mamelodi Sundowns or Orlando Pirates or Kaiser Chiefs, but if we can park the bus now and then we'll continue our party tomorrow, my lord, I think it will do no harm. That will also serve to give Brigadier Gininda a bit of a breather and myself a bit of a breather, my lord, because I realize that I don't know what is happening. It's like I'm experiencing some muscle pull. I keep on stretching my leg. I don't know what is happening.
What?
Some muscle pull, I'm a cramp.
You talk with your mouth, or you're kicking the ball.
My lord?
I say you speak with your mouth,
Yes, my lord.
or you're kicking the football. Why don't you let him check the statement there? Because he wants a name, he forgets the name.
Yes, my lord. I think this process again will enable him to do with in the comfort of his environment rather than to be in the witness box and paging pages there that are going to affect the microphone. It's like, I think let us afford him the decency and the respect for
How
him.
long is that statement? I thought it's 2 pages.
It is 2 pages, my lord. I
I
dealt
recall
with
that
it
statement.
during the trial within trial. It's 2
Yeah.
pages.
2 pages.
It's 2
So
pages.
let's deal
yes.
with it.
It's 2 pages.
Check that name if it's important for your evidence.
But nonetheless, my lord, I think I will also need to check it as well. Because as I'm saying, I did not bring
Me, I
all-
know it's 2 pages.
I can't remember it myself, my lord.
Yes. Mr. Numa, you see me that surprised. Then I tell you how many pages.
Yes. Yeah, so the last part, my lord, okay, yes, so it's okay, let me just go through it. Yes, the name that I was referring to, my lord, is Mpekiseni Ntanzi. That is an individual that I said between Absalom Zungu Senior and the actual information. There was the name mentioned, and that person is Mpekiseni Ntanzi.
Athi-ke lelo gama
Well, the last time we engaged him, my lord, around 2020, was still alive. I do not know now, my lord.
Okay.
bathi-ke igama lalo muntu othizeni wathola kulwazi kuqala ke uMbhekiseni Ntanzi bese ngemuva kwakho athola kulwazi lolu bese watshela kubaba kaZungu-ke igama lalo muntu loyo ke uMbhekiseni Ntanzi igama lakhe manje inkosi enkantolo beyibuza ukuthi ngabe usaphila yini athi ufakazi ngesikhathi baxoxisana naye noma ngesikhathi ade bekhulumisana naye kade aphila ngonyaka 2020 manje akazi.
Thank you. Now, just to wrap up on for today on this aspect, is that Zungu the senior got what he told Zungu and what he told you from this Mpekiseni Ntanzi.
Manje uqedela udaba lolu shuthi ubaba kaZungu kaConstable Zungu ke uZungu omdala ke ulwazi lolu alithola bese watshela ke uZungu ngemuva ethatshela kuConstable Zungu bese wabuya watshela wena ke shuthi ulwazi lwathola uqhamuka kuMbhekiseni Ntanzi.
Yes, who is the relatives, my lord? They're all relatives. So he was told, the context of my understanding, he was told as an elderly to come and intervene in resolving the dispute. So Zungu Senior is a relative to Ntanzi. So he was talking about his brother. The statement also explained that they are relatives. So it was told in that content of saying elders must come together to resolve the problem. So that's how it was brought to him insofar as he told me, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo futhi bonke labantu laba ke umndeni ke odwa ke futhi kade khona kungabona ngasonye bese kwabo uMbhekiseni Ntanzi bambiza ukuthi akeze ke azoxazula udaba lolu ukuthi abantu laba kade bangabona ngasonye kungakho yena kubaba kaZungu kwagcina sekathola ke ulwazi lolu.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, I'm requesting for an adjournment up until tomorrow.
Are you available tomorrow?
Yes, I am, my lord.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes, I am, my lord.
Okay, tomorrow then.
Sibuya kusasa abafundi.
I don't trust you.